Hello everyone and welcome to Gamestars League for Brawl Stars, and this is Season 1, this is the International Finals, and we are now going to be heading into Group C today. We already had Groups A and B previously. We've seen Na'Vi and Kozaki from Group A, and we've also seen previously, and it was actually pretty close as well, between Big and Zero Zone. So we've already had 4 teams qualify. Still need another 4 teams to go to those playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. So been pretty hectic so far. It's been a lot of atmos as well, some internal struggles, but also some teams taking advantage of the situations as well. And as you can see, Na'Vi top of the table in Group A. Kozaki followed suit and also coming second in Group A. 3T Gaming did put up a very, very good fight in that group. Mood Gaming, a bit of a shocker there. You know, we've heard that possibly internal struggles may have actually, you know, couldn't really display their best performance. And looking at Group B, we've got Big and Zero Zone who had to qualify quite comfortably. Blood Diamond really did their absolute best, and sadly for them, they lost out on 2 set 5s. And yeah, commiserations to them. They really, really did extremely well to almost being able to make it. But Group C is going to be what we'll be focusing on today, and some real heavy hitters here. Starting with the opening match, we do have SK Gaming versus Bojo's Barmy Army. Bolus's boys are back, and the question is, you know, how much further can they take it really? And I think, you know, looking at these other names, they are a strong team, but it is a mixed team. It's they haven't really got any pressure, so you know they should be feeling okay walking into this. And when we do our tea drinkers, I think they're currently Tribe Gaming at the moment versus Reply Tosum straight afterwards. So, you know, a lot of people are going to make the assumption that SK Gaming may come top in this group. They are one of the best teams in the region, which is not really too much of a surprise. Teams like Bojo's Barmy Army, though, in all fairness, they're not going to be, you know, unhappy or happy in any way. Like I said before, they're a mixed team. They've already bagged themselves, you know, a few quid here and there. And even if they, you know, if they qualify, great, you know, that's extra pocket money. If not, then at least they've done the best they can coming into this. So, you know, could be underestimated, and we'll have to find out later on. But looking at the popular brawlers, we talk about this every day on a daily basis, literally the same brawlers every single time. The Max, the Gene, the Sandy, and the Barley. Again, the only difference is the Sandy pick rates dropped a little bit, Barley pick rates dropped a little bit. So not really too much to talk about there. Just, you know, same brawlers, just different types of pick rates. We see that quite often depending on which map and which mode we are going to play on. But we are going to start off with SK Gaming versus Bojo's Barmy Army, and you know, one of my favourite teams personally, considering the team name, and also seem like a great bunch of lads. So they just come here as a mixed team, just to do the best they can. You know, just rely more on their individual ability and you know, the teamwork rather than anything else. But we do have a video with SK Gaming on the opposite end of the spectrum, and see how they feel going into the international finals. There we have it. That's Symantec from SK Gaming. Been looking very strong throughout the entire course of this competition. But I'll say that though, we haven't really seen much of them. The only time we've actually seen them is back at stage 1, where literally SK Gaming were on the forefront. They qualified straight away. And I think the only time we had a little bit of inconsistency was against Zero Zone. But apart from that, though, it was very clean, very convincing. Didn't really have too much trouble getting here, because as you know, 8 teams had to qualify from stage 1, with a further 8 teams coming to stage 2. Normally it was, the best of the best, literally pretty much qualifying straight off the get-go. So it wasn't really too much of a problem for them. So I think people will say that for all 4 of these groups, this one is probably one of the strongest. Maybe the group of death, as some people may call it. But we're going to look at the popular brawlers first before we even get into the swing of things. And again, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, because SK Gaming haven't played as much, some of the brawler picks and damage count, kills, etc. for even some of the players as well will be slightly inaccurate. So as you see with Jetton, he actually managed to only use Poco the 7 times, and not with too much consistency across the board. Symantec loving his stew. But look on the other side though, in terms of Boris's army, again, just a lot of consistency, not really too much standing out. Because say Carol with the Bell, Trav with the Jean, and Atkins with the Sandy. But apart from that though, pretty standard, pretty similar. It's when you get teams with quite high caliber, quite high skill ceiling, normally they use plenty of these brawlers across the board. They just have one particular favourite and use it on numerous occasions. Surprised Carol actually been able to use the Bell. It just shows that he hasn't had it banned that often, which is going to be a little bit of a shocker. But like I said, Bojo's Barmy Army, they're probably not looking to win the whole group. They're probably just thankful at this point in time that, they've got a little bit of pocket money to, pretty much go out with here. And if they do manage to place top 2, then brilliant. They probably will see that as a bonus. But if they don't, I don't think they're going to be, too angry about it or, too demoralised about it. There's absolutely no pressure on them, and they know that. They're not the most structured team in the group, and they know that more than anyone. Yeah, sure, they're very good competitive players, but obviously if you haven't been practicing and you're not strategic in some of the other teams, just because of that, then it does make a little bit of sense. Head to head, Jetton versus Atkins. You can see there with the kills, Jetton, he hasn't really played that much, but he does have a 2.0 code KD, which is quite a large margin, and for Atkins, he's gone plus 24. So 2 real slayers coming into this matchup, and not going to go through with the damage and the style player, because it's just based on how many times you've actually played. So of course, Atkins playing more games is going to have more damage. It's simple as that. Don't need to stay out the obvious or common sense for you guys at home. And we're going to have to see how Bojo's Barmy Army can actually do here. But let's have a look at the bans to see exactly what we're going to be witnessing at the moment. And it's going to be a little bit different from what we've seen. We do normally see a lot of bells, some of the jeans here and there as well, but slightly different compared to what we've seen in previous matchups, which is nice. It might give it a little bit more variety, but with just one ban on each side, there's going to be plenty of variety anyway, so I don't think they're going to be worried too much. So the question is, how is Bojo's Barmy Army going to be able to deal with this? SK Gaming, as you're well and know in the competitive scene, one of the best teams in the EU or MENA region, and it's going to be a tall order for Boris's army. They know that they're going to come into this, they can come in swinging if they like, there's no pressure onto them. As a mixed team, maybe they could be a bit more unpredictable. They could be unorthodox with some of their attacks. But, with the experience of SK Gaming and how well they've been playing, especially their recent form the last couple of months, it's very, very hard to say, oh yeah, Bojo's Barmy Army is going to absolutely wipe the floor of it. I would love to see, the boys, seem to be in high spirits. They seem to be perfectly fine, going into this. They know that there's a pretty good chance they could be in the bottom 2, but that's the whole point. You see, if you put too much pressure on yourself, then that's where things can go a little bit downhill, especially if you're a mixed team as well. You shouldn't really have to put too much on yourself anyway. I've seen a lot of mixed teams where they'll have a honeymoon period and actually be able to do pretty well, but against some top teams, especially in the tier 1 side, especially in your region, it is very tough. I think it's tough for anyone, and I think everyone knows what the scoreline could be here. But I'd love to see the guys on Boris's Army, Trav and the boys, being able to make something happen. If they do, brilliant. I've seen some really weird things, both myself and Teddy, over the last couple of days with Group A and Group B. If he sees something else even more strange, then wouldn't be too surprised. We're going to be looking at the maps and modes. So we are going to start off with some assembly required. Second set will be on Sunny Soccer, and then the third set will be an Open Plaza, Gaboom Canyon, and if it does go to the final set, we'll be playing a little bit of Hot Zone on Dueling Beetles. So I think the only thing I can say for the guys on Bojo's Army is just the fact that for them overall, they might even be hoping for, you know, the maps which aren't competitive, just so that at least that way it forces the side of SK Gaming to improvise. But they should be able to improvise okay. I don't think they should have any issues. When it comes to, you know, playing some of the non-competitive maps, you just have to rely more on the basics, you know, making sure you push in sync with each other, the coordination, and making sure you're not too spread out, make sure you are in range to support each other depending on the circumstances. Just lots of little things here and there just to, you know, continue on being able to push forward and take some of these W's now and again. So yeah, we'll have to see, like, you know, because like I said, I've said it in a lot of times, and I think with a lot of interviews, a lot of teams have said, you know, we're just going to have to improvise going forward. We can prepare for the competitive maps, but how are things going to go with the ones, you know, we're not used to playing on? So we'll have to see. So we're going to start off with straight away with a bit of Siege and find out who is going to get the upper hand to begin with. So already Skyrick is just pulling all the way back. Semantic actually has already been taken down, but Carol already taken down Jetton with that Mortis, and Carol and Trav just looking to hold that right side. But they do have that level 2 Siege bot, which is a good start from them. But the question is, how much damage can they do? Is Trav actually has taken down Semantic, and Skyrix is still trying to at least delay the bot and try and do as much damage as possible. But look at this go. SK Gaming done a great job making sure that they didn't really take too much damage. I've already said it numerous times that normally 0 to 30% is normally the average you would get, especially at this high level, but only taking 6%, perfectly fine. They're going to be happy with that, considering. But still though, SK Gaming are on a 4-bolt deficit, looking pretty good. And even then, Bojo's Army, all the lads there, still been able to pick up these bolts. They should be okay here, considering they will be able to get this second siege bot, but they will have to go for this third, I feel like, in order to try and close out this first game. But still, great stuff from Jetton, taking down Trav. And now we're going to see if Carol can stay alive. Just manages to be able to, using that bot as a as pretty much a shield, as both Atkins and Carol are now pushing up with Trav. So good coordination from all the lads on Bojo's Army. Still did a fair amount of damage here, down to 68%. A lot of them have been taken down. They have given up map control, sadly. But then again, you know, SK Gaming are up by 5 bolts. So they need to try and get map control as early as possible. We know that there's around 10 bolts available once the bot has already tried to take down towards the turret. So Skyrix has taken down Trav, but look at this though, there's already a 10-bolt lead for SK Gaming. And the only thing the lads on Bojo's Army can do now is just try and, you know, cushion the blow a little bit and just try and pull away as much bolts as possible. But look at this, a level 14 siege bot is heading north up their way, and now they need to try and stop them from getting at least 32%. It's definitely going to be a tall order and a big ask here. It's going to be highly unlikely, but they're going to try and do it. They've defended it quite well to begin with, but already they have overtaken SK Gamers' percentage, and they could even take down the turret here. It's very close, down to 8%, and already the damage has been done. So Bots' Army, a very good start those first couple of games, sorry, the first couple of bots, but you saw then level 14 siege bot, there's nothing much they can do with. The only thing they can do is just cushion the blow from there on and get the map control, you know, a little bit later on, but they couldn't even do that in the end. SK Gaming just looked way too strong, and that's going to be a good start for SK Gaming. It's a little bit shaky here. They had some I wouldn't say like unnecessary early deaths here and there, but you know, it's the first series of the day. What do we expect? It's just going to be one of those things. But we're going to see if Boris' Army can retaliate in any way, shape or form going into the second game of set number 1. It's going to be quite tricky. You know, they managed to adapt very fast. It's not like it took them a game or two to realise exactly what needs to be done. They managed to do it very quick, very speedy. That first siege bot, I think, only took 2 or 4%. The second one took another 30. So not really too much damage output from the side of Boris' Army. It wasn't really more their fault. It's just more the fact that SK Gaming just had a very solid defense, making sure they kept their opponents at bay whilst making sure delaying the siege bot as much as possible. I think Skyrix actually managed to delay it very well on a number of occasions, so good stuff from him. But we're just going to be waiting at the moment to see exactly how things are going to pan out in this second game. And already now we're going to see a little bit of a change, as we can see the Barley, Carl and Stu on one end. On the other side, the Carl, Mortis and the Gene for Boris' Army. So we're going to see if they can make any kind of difference in this next game. Going to continue on though. It's Semantic just trying to hold that right lane. Has backed off a little bit. Good teamwork there from Skyrex, inflicting enough damage to push them back. And now the bot is going to head up north towards Boris's army's turret here. And already they've all been taken down. So they'll be on the respawn and been able to try and delay as much as they can. Already done quite a fair amount of damage. But how much damage is it going to do to the turret? That's going to be another question as Skyrex takes down Trav. Which means that not only they're going to have map control, it's going to be a little bit of delay for the guys on Bojo's army to push on up here. And as you can see, Atkins was giggling a little bit knowing, but yeah, they're in a little bit of a pickle going forward. So they are down to 79%, but then again, they do have that 2-bolt lead. They just need to try and make sure that if they do get this next bot, to try and keep the map control with it in order to continue having this large-scale deficit. They don't want to have a large-scale deficit in terms of bolts because SK Gamer have only got 3, so it's not like they need to, you know, catch up with a massive margin. They can collect a few whilst the bot is heading south. Trav does take down Jetton in the end, and Semantic and Skyrex just looking to pile on the pressure onto that bot as much as possible. Jetton's rejoined the fray. Kel has actually done a fair amount of damage to Skyrex here. Jetton gets to trade, and already the bot's down to 69%, still continuing down to 66. So it's all going to be based on this next siege bot, as SK Gaming are already up by 6. This is still a huge margin, still looking to get that map control back, but it looks like Boris's army aren't looking too good as Carol has been taken down by Sky, and Trav is still looking to push you to try and give a helping hand, which he does get the trade, but now it's going to be a 1v2. It's going to be the numbers game. Trav trying to pull all the way back, but it's not going to happen as the bot is going to come through and only needs to do about 13%. As you saw there, Atkins trying to do a little bit of damage onto the turret before he gets taken down. Doesn't actually manage it. So 13% is required. They should be okay here as the bot is going to push up north. And there we go, drops down to a huge percentage, a lot more than we probably anticipated. And there we have it. The turret has been taken down for Boris's army. So, took a look a bit of time. So, as you can see, the SK Gaming off to a fantastic start. I had a bit of a wobble to begin with in that first set. Took a look a bit of time going into this thing, so we're going to go through the highlights of exactly what happened. And I think the only issue SK Gaming had was just due to the fact that they had a little bit of a wobbly start on the first, at the start of game number 1, where just a little bit too spread up. But apart from that, the teamwork was solid, coordination was good, they were in sync, making sure they always played the numbers in the right way at the right time, and always had that bulk deficit. And they had a problem with Boris's army. They just lost map control on some of those siege bots afterwards, and it was just a little bit of a struggle. But Boris's army, they made sure the bulk deficit wasn't really too large. That's the only thing I can say. But they did put up a good fight. It definitely could have been a lot more one-sided, considering the circumstances they are actually in. So as we can see, SK Gaming up by 9 kills. And also up by 44,000 damage. That's pretty much 20% of the damage there. So that is a pretty large margin, considering they were more focused on the turret on a number of occasions, getting more additional siege spots. So we'll see what happens as we go into the next set very shortly, as we're going to look at Sunny Soccer. A little bit of ball. Definitely one of my personal favourites. And these guys aren't mucking around here, literally just going straight in. And we're going to see, okay, we can see a primo. We didn't think I would actually see that during the course of this. So, okay, Atkins is going to stick by that. That's fair enough. I'm going to see what he gets up to with the primo. And Sky has literally just taken down Trav, and SK Gaming are looking to push all the way forward as Atkins actually managed to push the ball past him, but, you know, as you know, it's way too far away to go over the goal line. Good coordination there from SK Gaming. Do get that first goal in this second set. Sky takes down Trav again. Carol gets Semantic in the process. It's going to be 2v2. Atkins still looking to push on through. Not going to happen. But as I say that though, Carol does manage to get the ball and push on towards that left lane. Not before Trav gets taken down again by Jetton. Carol, good kill from him. Looking to try and take down Sky if he can. Waits for his next shot. He manages to get it. And Semantic just looking to push him with that goal to do as much damage to Carol as possible. Actually managed to finish him up, so not bad there as SK Gaming regroup, managed to take every member down from Boris's army. But look at this, and look how quick they actually pushed up. A lot of teams kind of hesitate a little bit when they see a small advantage, but you saw there SK Gaming don't hesitate in the slightest and pushed up almost instantaneously. as soon as they smelt that window of opportunity. But Jettin now is going to try and push on slightly forward. I think he may, well, I thought he was going to try and dribble that in, but instead he's going to get the kill anyway, nonetheless. Looking to turn super into the goal line. I think he just missed it. Couldn't really see that north side. And you can see that Atkins is just having a little bit of a giggle, saying, no, you're not getting over the goal line as of yet. Still 1-0 in favour of SK Gaming. Jettin takes down Trav. Semantic takes down Carol. So this is going to be the last one for SK Gaming. And SK take down Brawlers Army 2-0 in that first game. So not really too much to digest. The El Primo came out. Yeah, probably a little bit of a memeing from Brawlers Army, I'm not going to lie. I think we know them just messing about a little bit. I think they just know that they just continue on, they're just going to delay the inevitable. But it's like I said before, you know, they've got a bit of pocket money anyway, so they're probably happy nonetheless pushing on forward. So yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. The fact that they're a mixed team playing against a team like SK Gaming, this is kind of the outcome you'd expect. And they know it as well, you know. I do feel sorry for them, but yeah, it's just one of those things. They do understand what kind of situation they've put themselves in. And it's just a shame that in this kind of group of death, you know, if they're in any other group, they definitely could put up a much better fight. But it's just a shame they've been put in a group which, you know, so some of these tier 1 titans here. So that is going to be the second set. Still, we could go into game number 2 and see if Boris's boys are actually going to be able to make any kind of difference. Semantic switches to the ball. Okay, that's fair enough with the Poco and the Jesse. And even before I was going to go into the Brawlers, Semantics already scored within just a few seconds. It's not too much of a surprise there. And listen, they go for a second one straight afterwards. I think they still could have ball up there. And now looking to see if Cal's going to push it in. Yes, he will. Not sure if that's a bit of a slip up or just memeing. I don't know. I can see one. I think Jettin's just having a little bit of a giggle about it as well. Semantics taking down Trav. Sky looking to push on forward. Semantic just trying to take a little bit of damage with that ball. Using the super to using that ball rush to push on up. Semantic gets it done nice and quick, saving my throat from any more talking regarding that match. And already good stuff from then. And what can we say is SK Gaming, you know, trying to play a little bit of competitive Brawl Stars 100%, and rightly so, you know, 2-0 now, series scoreline, one more set to take it 3-0. Semantic probably done the most objective there, but this is what I'm talking about. When you look at teams like SK Gaming and then you look at some of the other teams, yeah, sure, they do create these openings, you know, they create these opportunities and then push on forward, but you can see the delay and the response from some of the teams. Some of them will just respond instantly, like you've seen like teams like SK Gaming, etc., where, you know, they, you know, think about pushing up before it even occurs, like some of those advantages. But some, you know, kind of think twice before they kind of push up. But small talk is so important. It's not just about border picks and, you know, counter compositions or anything like that. Sometimes a bit of small talk, like, you know, preparing for something like that to happen and be able to speed up the tempo of the game can make such a huge difference. As we're just going to have a brief look, shall we say, at the highlights, because there wasn't really too much to digest there. It was just the Semantic show, just making sure he could do as much as he can and then just getting the objective done. And you saw there, you know, you can see Brawlers Army just memeing a little bit with some of their picks. They did actually switch out from the Primo to a Poco anyway, but yeah, they know the damage has been pretty much done anyway, so not too much. I suppose you could say Carol got one goal at least, but it doesn't matter. That is the second set. They need to try and get reverse sweep, but yeah, looking pretty unlikely, but we'll see what happens. This is going to be set number 3, game number 1. They're going with the ball again, which is a little bit strange, to Poco and the Jackie, and then we've got the Dynamite, Spike, and the Piper, so that Piper's going to definitely be a bit of a handful for SK Gaming, as now they're looking to see if they can get some kind of positional advantage. Semantic just pushing straight in with that ball. Does manage to get one, Sky gets the other, and already a 7-star advantage in this bounty game. So pretty good stuff. Jet and the Sky just both trying to stay alive. The Cow pushing in with that Sprout. But what's he going to be able to do here? Still continue to do a fair amount of damage. I'm surprised he's actually pushing up so close. But I suppose, you know, with the range, I can understand it to a certain extent. The Sky just looking to stay alive in that left lane, whilst both Semantic and Jetson Jetson is trying to hold the middle. But you saw there as well, when a player to get taken down, Jetson's just trying to make sure he stays alive. Trav pushing in with that Piper, but sadly for him, does get taken down eventually as Semantic manages to push on through. Looking to push around all the other side just to be a little bit of a pain in the backside. And you've also used that ball rush as well if he wants to try and destroy some of the structure to help with any kind of range game. But maybe you don't want to as well, considering Trav does have that Piper. So far so good for SK Gaming, up by 6 stars. Still 35 seconds left on the clock. Carol takes down Semantic's ball. Might as well get those 3 stars to the team's name. Sky and Jetton just thinking I'm nothing, absolutely none of this, just trying to pull all the way back. And Semantic just biding his time here, just waiting for just an opening here, and he's looking for it right now. And this is the thing with the ball, you've got to be so close in order to inflict a large amount of damage. Not going to happen. Slowed down massively there as Carol has taken down Semantic, only up by 2 stars. So any kill on the side of SK Gaming will help them massively, but I think it should be fine. 3 seconds, I don't think it'll be enough DPS close range for them to make any kind of difference. But as I say that though, Jetton left on 4 HP. A little bit risky, but I think they'll be okay. I think if they went to normal picks, then yeah, I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. So there we go. SK Gaming are on match point. Are we surprised? Not really. I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit sad, but what can we do here? We will see BRAWLERS' army for a second time round in the elimination section if things don't go their way. It looks like it's not going to go their way. I think at some point when SK Gaming show their true form, that's when things are going to go straight down the toilet for the side of Bojo's Barmy Army. But SK Gaming looking solid, what we expected, I predicted anyway. I'm sure all of you at home would have predicted the same thing, probably like 95% in favour of the side of SK Gaming. But BRAWLERS' army, they're not, too asked about it. They're not angry or too disappointed in any way. Just going in, having a bit of a giggle, having a bit of banner, which is fair enough. There's no point being mad about it considering who they are playing against. So we do see the B, Spike and Piper. So we see the Spike once more versus the Tick, the Max and the Jean. It feels like we can see a little bit more of a stalemate matchup, especially with Semantic and his Tick. We're going to see how he's going to put the pressure on. And as I said, Semantic has already taken down Trav's Piper. And we should see more of a stalemate matchup, or not a stalemate, maybe just a slower paced game. But as I said, though, back and forth, Trav takes down Semantic to getting his revenge back, and Sky trades off Trav straight afterwards. SK Gaming are up 8-3. Trav takes down Sky. They're still looking pretty good, still back and forth, as BRAWLERS' army still have plenty of time to bring this set back. Still, though, the aggression from both teams do continue, trying to force out some kind of opening. Carol with the Spike, listen to trying to push up just a little bit here as Atkins. I love the name Trashkins. I don't know why. There's only occasions, even last time I saw these guys play, I kept calling him Trashkins myself. Apologies, Atkins. Sorry for that, mate. As Carol still looking to try and get away, as Atkins actually was hovering around that left side trying to get away from one of the other players on SK Gaming. Still up by 5 stars. Semantic just trying to stay alive here. Technically, he's still been a nuisance, just time wasting on that left lane. And with that Tick also just keeping them at bay, just making sure they don't deal too much damage. Now up by 11 stars. Semantic is still alive, and I just don't understand it. He's just been hovering around that structure, that map geometry of that left lane. As Jetton takes down Carol, he's still, guys, Semantic's still alive in that left lane, even with the Tick. No one can even put any pressure on him at the moment. And Jetton and Sky have just been doing a good job to support him, making sure he's still alive. And yeah, Semantic survived for the majority of that top left lane, which is, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys, that did seem a little bit weird in the slightest, but congratulations to SK Gaming. That was a very, very fast series. SK Gaming have taken that 3-0 quite comfortably. I think that was 6 games in a row, I believe. And, a lot of times we do say, the scoreline doesn't really value what happened during the series. It did. It did, sadly. There was a couple of games where, BRAWLERS' army put up a little bit of a fight, but I'm not going to go too in depth into it. It was just very standard for SK Gaming. They knew that not to be too much trouble for them. We know what's like with mixed teams, and it's very difficult to progress very far against tier 1 teams. We all know about it. We've all seen it all before. But SK Gaming looking very, very good. They'll be in the winners match, but don't worry, BRAWLERS' boys are going to be in the elimination match later on, so it's not the last we've seen of them. It will be the 3rd series of the day, so don't worry about it. We will see them later, so don't you worry. I'm not worried. You're worried. It's fine. But we're going to look at the stats so far for this set, as SK Gaming, no surprise in the slightest, 22 kills to BRAWLERS', I keep saying it boxes. Bocho's army is 9. So yeah, you know, quite a lot of slaying power. Even the match stats overall, look at that, literally double, 34 more kills in comparison, and overall 32,000 more damage. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like seeing the ball come up as one of the best ballers was pretty, you know, that is a first. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty hilarious. You know, it's like, guys, you know, you normally see like the standing the max, the jeans, etc., and all the usual stuff, but to see a ball just appear up there is actually pretty hilarious. But that's already the first series. That's the opener, all done and dusted. We've still got 4 more to go, as the second match will be coming up shortly between Tea Drinkers, I think it's Type Gaming actually now, versus Reply Totem. So don't go anywhere, as we've got some highlights for you, and then we'll be back in a few. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gamestars League Season 1 for Brawl Stars, and look at this, look what I've got. Pointed the wrong way. Teddy's here. Hello Teddy, how are you today, mate? You're looking very fresh at the moment, very refreshed.
Yeah, I might have woken up a bit later than planned, but to be fair, I mean, it was a very quick match. We will be having some more action Now, BB Army versus Reply Totem. That does look like an interesting one. I mean, BB Army not exactly in the easiest group today, as Totem is going to be a really tough opponent once more.
Certainly will be indeed, but we do have a little video package for you guys watching at home and for us as well. So let's take a look and see what they thought of the international finals and how they're going to come into this. There we have it. That's the interview from Tea Drinkers, Tribe Gaming, whatever you want to call them here. We do definitely get their name changed at some point, but looking very, very confident. And if they win this match, I'll be looking forward to see how they do against SK Gaming as well. So some two very beefy matchups possibly coming here, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting one as well, because there's a bit of history between those teams recently as well. As on paper, Tea Drinkers is going to be the better team, right? But Totem has won their last encounter, I believe. So yeah, it's a bit of a revenge story here for Tea Drinkers. Can they take down Reply Totem this time around? Tea Drinkers not the most consistent team, but if they play well, if they're having a good moment, they're going to be a real threat for this group.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone at home recognises these names very, very well. With Lazar, Casey, and Spen, Brazer, Mori, and Maru, and just looking at these popular brawlers as well. Again, very, doesn't stick out at all. Like literally, absolutely nothing. Maybe the Mortis from Maru, but that's just picking at straws, really, isn't it? And it just seems like they've have a good variety of brawlers. We like to select, like to pick. We haven't seen a lot from both of these teams because we haven't played too many games. Like, we're not going to see 20 maxes like we did yesterday or day before or anything like that. It's just pretty evened out across the board. And even, we do notice if it's map dependent or mode dependent, then, we may see a lot more of a certain brawler. But no, everything just seems very, very standard. I think we understand that Tea Drinkers, they are definitely one of the favourites to make it into the top two and qualify through this group. Reply Totem have been a little bit iffy, or maybe not. We're not too sure, because I do feel like the last time they, some of the last matches they played against Na'Vi, they actually got 3-0. Some of the sets were actually quite close. The scoreline doesn't represent exactly what happened. and we're going to look here and see the head-to-head. But look at that, though, a 27 kill difference for Lazar, and on the other side of Maury, we've got 35. Even though he's played a lot more games, the kill spread is still there. Obviously, I'm not going to go too much into the trophies, damage, and star player due to the amount of times they played. Obviously, if I did go through trophies, it'd have to be like 40. If you guys at home don't hit 45k, we won't mention it. No, we're not going to mention it. It's not good enough. Like, not good enough at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, excited to see how these two teams, going at each other like loggerheads. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think this is a match of consistency, to be completely honest, because Tea Drinkers are not the most consistent, but Reply Totem is even less consistent. So we'll see who is able to pop off a little bit today, as this is going to be quite a tough match. I mean, in my opinion, both teams might be around the top 5 of the region, which does mean that, it's quite a match here. Especially if you look at the whole group in general, SK Gaming being probably top 1 in the region, that's 3 top 5 teams in the same group. So definitely the group of death. So it's not one of those matches where you can say like, it doesn't matter too much if they lose because they'll have a chill time on the bottom of the bracket. No, that's not the case, because they'll have to either face each other. I mean, there's BB Army as well, right? But they'll either have to face each other again, or SK or BB Army, which is never going to be an easy story.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. I mentioned it about Boris's army in that last series because, yeah, it's like you mentioned. I did say it as well that with Bojo's army, they probably will come bottom of the table due to what you've just said. You've got 3 top 5 teams in one group. So they're probably happy with a little bit of pocket money to go out with on a Saturday night, and that's perfectly fine. I can understand their perspective, but still have a small, it's very unlikely, but we'll see later on in their elimination match. But yeah, going back to Totem versus Tea Drinkers, this one I'm excited for. The fact that not only have we got this match, but the winner has to play against SK Gaming, and it's still technically some of these matches are potential finals.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, every match here in this group can be quite a problem for any team. I mean, BB Army is going to be a bit behind, and it is unfortunate that their group looks like that. But Totem, SK, Tea Drinkers, each of those teams could make it out, but there's only 2 spots, so we'll have to see one big name go out like that. And yeah, sometimes the groups are going to be a bit more complicated than others, and this is definitely one of those. I mean, it's the group of death for a reason.
Yeah, Boris's army definitely pulled a short straw, didn't they? They could have had literally any group. I'm just looking at some of the other groups now, and yeah, just having a quick look through. There is a lot of top 12, top 8 teams, and some of them here and there. But yeah, they definitely, without a doubt, could have not done with this group, considering they haven't put a lot of time into it. But for a mixed team, it's very hard to play against someone at absolute best in Europe, and considering all 3 of these teams could easily make top 4 given the right opportunity. And it's the funny thing is as well, it's just the fact that one of these teams out of the 3 will go home as well, not only Boris's army. So it's going to be very, very tough. We found that one of the teams are just a little bit late at the moment. We do have a video. I do believe it's from Totem. We're not really too sure, but if they can hear me, let's have a look at a little video package from one of these teams. And there we go. That's one of the interviews from Reply Totem. Still looking to edge into that top 8 playoffs. It's just funny that, we're just, some of these top 5 teams, like you mentioned, are going to end up placing top 16, top 12. And it's not something you'd normally see. And we've got teams like Kozaki who are actually in the top 8 waiting for some of these teams here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting story. Obviously seeding and groups is sometimes going to be giving a bit of an advantage to some teams, but that's just how life goes. We have our bands ready for this match. It's going to be Bell and Stu. Honestly, very standard bands, very much what we expect at this point. So I don't think we need to get too deep into this. It's just the 2 best brawlers in the game at the moment, and they are always a problem to deal with. Our maps: Bot Riot in Siege, Sunny Soccer in Brawl, Ice Fort for Gem Grab, Snake Prairie in Bounty, and Central Traffic for Heist. Yeah, quite a bit of variety over there. That does mean that we won't be seeing any Hot Zone in this one. So a bit of a more classic match, as Hot Zone is still the more recent game mode, only joining, the competitive game modes this year. So yeah, it's going to be a good one for both teams, as they will be playing some of those OG game modes.
Yeah, it's also one of the fastest game modes as well, isn't it? So yeah, we won't see any quick wins from either one of these teams, as the next seed is going to be up in the next couple of seconds. It looks like Tea Drinkers, or Tribe, we should call them. I should probably call them Tribe, actually, so that way we can actually get their name changed to Tribe in the future, as Tom, Casey, Spen, all 3 of them pushing all the way upwards, and now being able to do a fair amount of damage onto that tower. Not a huge amount, but it should be able to do enough. Oh, actually, the bot's still got a fair amount of health, so actually managed to inflict 22%. As now Tom just hanging around that right side. Casey and Spen is still hanging around that middle to left lane. I've just realised as well, it's pronounced Lazar, but it's actually Tom, isn't it? And that's another thing. Oh, dearie me, all these different names. But yeah, we know it's Tom anyway. That's his normal name. But Thomas, speaking of Devil, has actually taken down Maru. Casey looking to push up a little bit. Spen is really supporting Casey well here, just making sure we can finish off some of his frags, but finally gets cleaned up, and already a level 8 siege bot heading to Totem's way. And look at the bolt difference so far as well, Teddy. The fact that they're actually ahead again and gonna have map control afterwards, they're laughing right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a really complicated situation for Totem, as they are having to go for the retake now. They are already behind by a bolt. Tom is able to escape with that bolt as well, and now Totem, they need to go on the hunt. They need some kills. They will find one, but it's going to be traded out, and I don't think that's going to be good enough. They need to take down KC or Tom here to get some more control. That's a nice kill. A couple more bolts going the way of Totem, but is that going to be enough to stop Tea Drinkers from getting the siege bot? 7 secured by Totem. Can I get an 8th? No, it's going to be a tie. And it's going to be really hard to dive on this map.
Yeah, especially with the borders they have. Yeah, it's not really going to do too much for them, as Tom takes down Mori. They're trying to inflict a little bit if they can, as Mori takes down KC. Mori's looking for the refrag, and Spen takes down Maru. So there we have it. Totem do lose the first game of the first set, but even in terms of percentages, it's not really any different. And you saw there as well, Totem did defend that very, very well, but just didn't get the bolts to carry on through.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2 siege bots going the way of Tea Drinkers, none for Totem, but 1 bolt would have been the difference. So I think Tea Drinkers are going to be happy with this win, because they did have map control for like 99% of that game.
Yeah.
The thing is that it was a story of 1 bolt in the end. So I do think they still need to be, aware that it wasn't like as easy as that, and that they did get just barely through that last bot, which did, the tie did favor them, but it was still quite close. So I would still be careful. Totem did look a bit underwhelming in that game, especially before the 3rd retake. But honestly, good stuff from Tea Drinkers. They had a really solid run in the two first sieges, getting tons of control, tons of bolts, and being very comfortable until then. So we'll find out if this is gonna turn around this time. As we have the BB coming in on Soy de Breza. I believe the same comp from Tea Drinkers and from the rest of Totem.
Yeah, I'm going to agree as well. And I'm not going to lie to you, like, Tribe just looks so good. Like, Spen, must take down Mori. This is actually my first time casting these guys, because I think they competed in the first week when I wasn't here, when I was actually skiving at the time, so that might be why I've not witnessed them play. But the teamwork is just really good, and they just don't hesitate in any kind of an advantage. This is what I like to see, and this is kind of stuff I expect from some of these top tier teams. And already down to 71, and look at that, still continuing on 65%. That's a great start from that first siege bot. And the Tea Drinkers, they still have a 1 bolt lead and going to continue on increasing.
Yeah, so far it's been a bit of a breeze for Tea Drinkers this game around as well, as we've only had 1 bolt, a second one now going the way of Totem. But Tea Drinkers, they're gonna get this siege bot once again. Spen and Maori boys have the pull. There is gonna be the miss from Spen, and level 7 siege bot nevertheless. Now Totem are this time around gonna have a single bolt lead. It's not a whole lot, but maybe they can defend this off pretty well, and then it's not the worst situation. But look at that, Siegebot is gonna get to the Ike, start dealing quite a lot of damage, and it is defended off, but at what price?
Yeah, exactly. 22%, and we need to get a large bolt lead to even stand a chance, but that's not even going to happen, as Totem's actually almost tied in terms of bolts, and it's picking them up nicely here and there, and they do have a couple of bolt leads. And Tea Drinkers, they do have the opportunity to try and bring this back if they'd like to. And I still keep calling them Tea Drinkers when they're Tribe. But Mori and Mario on that left lane, on the right lane got Brazier as well. Level 10 siege bot coming in. But this can easily be well defended. It's only on 22%. Even if they're taken down on a respawn, that's perfectly fine. They can just respawn and just hopefully go into it on immunity and then just try and push it back a little bit more if they can. Will they be able to, though? Down to 78%. The bot's already been finished off and cleaned up. And it's just way too little too late. They just have no more DPS to actually be able to inflict in order to take it down. And there we have it. Tribe managed to be able to take that set quite comfortably. Not as comfortable as the first game, but nonetheless, it was a convincing win.
Yeah, it did feel like Reply Totem just took a really long time to get started in those games. And twice in a row, that's going to be too big of an advantage for Tea Drinkers or the Tribe, as they take that one home. And yeah, they secured the first set quite comfortably. There's definitely some room for improvement here and there, but well enough to take down Totem. So well played to Tribe. Totem are gonna have to be a bit less underwhelming in the next sets, otherwise it could be quite a quick affair.
Would it be too much of a surprise? I don't think it's going to be on the scale of SK versus Bojo's Barmy Army earlier. That was basically a pig in a slaughterhouse at what we saw early on. But Totem have shown that they did have more kills, but Tribe, they did have an extra 28 and a bit thousand damage, so inflicted much more. And yeah, sometimes it's not about the kills, it's about the objective efficiency. Now I'll be honest, I'm one of those guys who prefers like more the slaying ability, as long as you do follow up with the objective. But if you can't do both, you can't just do one or the other. As Tribe looking very solid here, so we'll have to see what we can do going forward. You are right though, wouldn't be surprised if we saw a replica in the next set and then the set afterwards. This is looking very good. You did say that both teams do have a tendency to be a little bit inconsistent, choke a little bit here and there, but Tribe look very solid. Like, they do look quite similar to what I've seen from SK Gaming, taking really like not hesitating, using this initiative as a team straight away. So it says that they, work on their advantages before it even occurs to then go increase the tempo and the speed of the game. Very good. But we are going to be playing a little bit of Brawl Ball, Sunny Soccer. It could be a fast one, it might not be, as we head into set number 2. A convincing first set from Tribe, and now we've got Poco, Frank, and the BB on the side of Tribe. And on the other side for Totem, we have the Surge, Gene, and the Tara.
Yeah, and this is looking like a quick early goal for tea drinkers as they pick up the first one already, take the advantage super early on into that game. And yeah, Poco double tank is gonna be a bit of a problem. The heals coming through onto KC, the shot from Soy to try to get the ball out of position, but it's still almost gonna go in, not quite yet. There was a close defense from Totem, but at least they lived through that one. And now they have a push of their own.
Yeah, I would have made the assumption they were going to get the first goal. So that was, yeah, it was a little bit strange here as they're going to push on towards that left lane. Tom trying to stay along with the Poco so that he can at least re-heal Spen if he's in a bad spot, but that's not going to happen. Is he going to have enough DPS to be able to do this? Oh, he actually pushed on through towards Mori, and you saw Brazier did score. So only a tiny bit of a slip up here, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it here, Teddy, as you know these guys much better than I do. I'm sure they'll bring this back without a problem. Spen looking to push that right lane, and Tom looking to try and support him with that Poco. Casey's just trying to recover his HP so he can continue to absolutely tank his way forward. And you saw that as well, like Brazier was literally hovering behind Casey like some kind of leech. As Mori takes down Tom, ball still on the right corner on the side of Tribe, and now Casey just trying to stay alive here. You know, it may have a huge amount of HP, but it's still got a huge recovery time as well, down to 731 HP. That's going to be a goal, I think, for Totem, unless Spen manages to stop. And it's actually done a fair amount of damage, and no, it's not going to be enough, as Maru actually scores for Totem and actually takes game number 1 in set 2.
Yeah, Totem is a really solid Brawl Ball team, and I think that the Drinkers, they just wanted to get through the first game really quickly, try to have a bit of a natural advantage playing a Poco double tank comp. The problem on this sort of map with something like a Frank is that it's going to work out really well early on, but once you start opening the map up, which is what you are going to have to do as a Frank, well, it's going to be a bit more complicated for those tanks to really have, you know, any sort of cover to get up close and get their safe way until they reach, you know, the choke points, the fighting points of the map. And once they're gone, they just take a lot of damage from afar. And once they're up close, they're already in a situation where, you know, they're not really tanks anymore because they're already mid or 1/3 of their HP left. So yeah, it didn't really work out too well for tea drinkers. I'm expecting them to swap off that comp, go for something a bit more traditional, either a copy paste from what Totem was playing, or just, you know, Max, Gene, and that kind of stuff that we see them play very often on tea drinkers.
Yeah, I felt a little bit sorry for Tom with the Poco as well. We didn't really get them have any opportunities to re-heal. They were literally target firing him to make sure that if he was taken down, then a little bit easier to take out the Frank straight afterwards. And you saw there as well in the members of Tea Drinkers, they were trying to stop them from doing that on numerous occasions, but they were constantly separated on the spawn. It was just a really bad death cycle. One would die as one would respawn, and it just kept happening every single time. And you're not going to, you know, take on a 1 or 2v3 every single time, especially with the way they surrounded them. So it made perfect sense as to why, you know, Totem eventually came back. I already made the assumption that they were going to take that, considering that goal was literally, the ball was actually on the goal line on the side of Totem, and I think Tea Drinkers must have thought the same. But yeah, that was only the first game of set number 2. Like I said, Totem, a very good Brawl Ball team. Doesn't seem to matter which map it's going to be on. And speaking of maps, we're going to go straight back into the game. It's going to be game 2, set 2, and we're going to see how Tea Drinkers are going to retaliate with the M's, the Max, and the Gene. And literally pretty much a mirror match.
Yeah, it surely is. And so far, a bit of a pinch there from Mari from behind. The problem is, does that create an opening? KC goes down. That was close. Mari looking for Tom, should be able to clear him out. And now we have a solid push from Totem as they had a team wipe. Mari went for the dash, but lost the ball in the process. And Tea Drinkers looking to defuse the situation a little bit, get some control back, and maybe get started with a push of their own.
That's right, we're just waiting to see what Tea Drinkers' next move is. Brazier's going to be getting pulled, and Spen's going to clean him up. Tom pushing all the way forward. Very, very aggressive, but great play from him. That's going to be so clean as well. And this is what I love. The aggression from Tea Drinkers is phenomenal compared to other teams we've witnessed in the past. And already a pull came in. Mori wants to take down KC. Tom and Spen looking to try not only edge their way backwards, but also trying to inflict some damage whilst they're being able to do that. Went for Casey to rejoin the fray, which he has done. and now he's pushing all the way back again. Totem just seem to feel way too pressured. As soon as they realize they've had a bit of, a sprinkle of damage inflicted onto them, they just instantly just pull back. But it's like they're running scared in a lot of occasions, as now Casey looks to put the ball onto that left side. It is going to be the numbers game for Totem, and Spen doing a good job just trying to push the ball all the way up, so it gives him a bit of breathing room.
Oh my, there was almost a goal from Spen as well, but he's going to get taken out by Maori, defended off. And now Totem with a push of their own. Can this be a goal? It certainly will, and we're all tied up in this game, but we have to keep in mind that Totem, they do have a game in the bag already in this set, so this could be their chance to just tie things up in sets.
Yeah, there's been some occasions of getting out-killed. I think it's more T-Drinkers just trying to make the play and just not been successful, sadly, as Brazer still going to keep them back. With that Ems and Maru now just looking to see if he can push on forward. He's just playing support here, just trying to re-heal as Casey takes down Brazer. This is going to be the opportunity. 5 seconds left until it goes into overtime. Casey, great damage on Maury there as Tom is just trying to stay alive, and Casey looking to pull back to recover himself. The bait and switch from this team is very, very solid here, just giving each other, breathing room in order to push on through. Casey, good pass shot from him as Casey does manage to help Tribe or T-Drinkers to win that game, and it will go to the final game of the set.
Yeah, well played by T-Drinkers. I mean, it's definitely been looking much more competitive in this set, and Reply Totem have been looking a lot better, but that game was really strong from T-Drinkers. There were some close calls where it could have turned into a 2-0 in sets in this set rather, and a 1-1 in sets after this game. But the opportunity is still there for Reply Totem to come back. But then they need to win this next game. No more room to breathe in this set. We have the decider of set number 2. And quite a lot on the line, to be honest. T-Drinkers just getting that one would be the 2-0 lead in sets. Very comfortable start. And then it's just constant danger for Totem, as they will have, no more second chances for 3 more sets. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough situation for Totem. They need to be really careful with this game.
Yeah, Totem are going to be sweating after this. If they lose this game, and the fact that Ball, no matter which map, is actually one of their biggest strengths, they're going to be thinking, well, what else can we do? Now that's literally pretty much it for us. The chance for us actually taking the series, not because of the scoreline, but the fact we can't win on our strongest modes is so low, then what more can we do? But I do respect a lot of the stuff T-Drinkers are doing. Like, sometimes the over-aggression from Tom is can be so successful. As soon as he sees even like, you can tell he sniffs out an opportunity, he will just go and take it by any means. And he waits for his moments. He's so patient. He's got so much discipline. He can be quite a disciplined player, but when he sees an opening, he will literally just go straight for it. And there's other times where some of the other players have the same initiative. They want to try and force the situation to happen. I think that game, they did lose a lot of kills. I think they're getting out-fragged only by a small margin because of how well they did the first game. And I think we're going to see a little bit better from now. I think they're going to adapt better. Totem wouldn't surprise me if they actually lost this game going into this. And if they do go to 0 down in the series, again, like I said earlier, they're just going to be running out of ideas. Their light bulb's going to get switched off here, Teddy, as now we're going to go into the last game of set 2 and see what difference they can make. And Spen and Casey, very aggressive push, almost taking down Brazer there, still trying to recover, and Casey's still looking for blood, but now has to pull back and try and recover.
Yeah, yes, to dash backwards and get back to safety. Good start from T-Drinkers, but not able to capitalize just enough. Nice double kill from Soy de Braza. 2 versus 1 right now, but Tom has the super to calm things down a little bit more. And that is gonna end that push, at least for now, and we go back to a bit more of a reset as Tom and Spen are gonna team up onto Marrow, take him out. Soy is gonna be next. That's a nice 3v1 scenario, but Tom gets taken out. I feel like they could have stood cord that one if they committed a bit more, but it's not gonna happen. And now Totem once more was just a bit more pressure despite losing more fights.
Yeah, Tom was looking to, go a little bit forward with that ball, but caught with his trousers down ever so slightly. It was only, it was only a few hundred HP, but I think he just wanted to take the risk. That's what I mean. They're taking a lot of risks, which is perfectly fine. This is what you need to do. They're definitely a high risk, high reward team. But it's just like Totem are the kind of team where they like to play a very standard game of Brawl Stars. Maru looking on that left lane, still trying to finish off Tom. Tom was on 622 HP for a while there. Does get cleaned up. Casey and Spen just trying to back away, waiting for Tom to respawn and regroup. And all of them are still ready and waiting and prepared to take down. Good pull there as Maru was cleaned up. As Brazier still trying to stay alive. Tom also trying to do the same, but looks like it will be a goal for Totem. Yes, it will. And that's a nice early lead from then. 35 seconds left for Tea Drinkers to make it their next move.
Yeah, they need a goal, and they're going to need it as soon as possible, as things are going to slip away of their advantage in this match. If they can't score in the next 15 seconds or so, push coming through now. Maru taking a lot of damage. He's gonna fall, so down to 11 HP. This is the chance for Tea Drinkers. They have the gene pool as well. The shot, the pool, that's gonna go in. We're going to overtime, Lethal.
Oh, mate, that was perfect. They couldn't have asked for any more, even if they tried. They won that first huge initial engagement. Even though they've only got one kill, the other player was so weak, there was no way he could have actually forced himself into that fight. And already the push is coming in. Look how much damage Totem have taken. Surely this is going to go the way of Tea Drinkers as they're still trying to stay alive. Surely this is going to be a goal. And yes, it is going to be Spen. Just going to nicely dribble, nicely take the shot. And that is going to be Tea Drinkers, Tribe, whatever you want to call them, will win set number 2. And now it's 2-0 in the series. And Tribe or Tea Drinkers are looking very, very good.
Yeah, man, that was quite impressive from Tribe. I thought it was over, to be completely honest with you. I thought, Totem, yeah, good job. We're all tied up. We're going to set 3 in a 1-1 situation. This is a bit of a heartbreaking loss for them, as Tea Drinkers clutched up big time 5 seconds before overtime, picking up the goal to tie things up and push things to overtime, which they won. So, yeah, Tribe now up by 2 sets. Only need 1 more to close out this match. And yeah, this is a bit of a tough one for Totem, to be honest. Now, to be fair, most likely, even if they would win against Tribe here in the semis, they would probably still lose against SK and end up facing Tribe in the elimination match. It's just that, you know, they would have been a bit more comfortable if they actually had a close affair in this match.
And it's nice to see as well, Tribe aren't the kind of team where if, you know, it's like with the Poco in the first matchup, in the first game, you know, he never had the chance to re-heal, and when he did, he didn't really find any of his teammates to be able to use it for, so the healing ability was pretty much useless, and we know Poco's, the damage from him isn't that great either. And as soon as they realised that, they changed instantly. You know, yesterday we saw, you know, some of those teams just continuing using those borders, assuming that, okay, it didn't work this time, it's going to work the next time and the next time, and just repeating the same mistake. It's, you know, real pain in the backside. We know how mad you got yesterday, but, you know, it looks like, you know, Tea Drinkers aren't that kind of team. As we go into set 3, will be a bit of gem grab on Ice Fort. How do you make of this now? So Totem losing their strongest mode, they did put up a much better fight. It was nice to see a little bit of flair from Totem, but, you know, they're not getting the W at the end of the day.
Yeah, you know, we talked about this being a bit of a match of consistency, as both teams do tend to lack of consistency. So, yeah, if Tea Drinkers are playing this well, I mean, they're looking really, really well in shape. Maru coming in for a wide flank, though. It's not really going to find anyone just yet. But, yeah, Totem not really showing up to and living up to their expectations so far. They're not like super far behind. I think that both sets could have been a different story, and Totem did need a whole lot more to make that happen, but it just wasn't enough.
It certainly wasn't, as Maury doing so much work on that left lane, just abusing the cover with the bushes and just knowing that, well, this is the thing with Tea Drinkers, they had to hold back. They couldn't push up until they took out the player behind them. And now look, it's happening again. Maru just sneaking around that right side to see if he can finish off any of the kills, which damage inflicted from Totem, but it's just not going to be enough. Still, the gems are now starting to go in favour of the Tea Drinkers. Totem do have the lead, but they haven't got the map control to follow through. And still, though, look at how much damage and how much work they're doing. Maury's now taking a bit of a pinch here and there as Casey just doing so much work. Good prediction, good projectiles there from KC, cleans out Mori. Razor and Maru still looking to push up considering they haven't really got the numbers. And Mori, look at that, already Maru gets taken down by KC, and it's just constantly a 2v3 scenario. Mori takes down KC from that pool. Tom, Spen, both looking to try and pull back, but trying to get these last couple of gems. But even if they take them, they're going to have to continue holding this map and the centre half here, Teddy.
Yeah, it is gonna be all tied up now in gems as Totem takes honestly quite a couple of picks here and there. Countdown starting. Totem, I think they can just run off with those gems. Yup, there's a 2 gem difference, so they need to be careful right now because otherwise, oh, what a pull from Soy de Breza. Taking down Tom. Spen is gonna be next. And this is going to be game for Totem. What a clutch from Totem.
It really was indeed. I'll probably say one of the bigger factors was just Maru just abusing the map geometry again, you know, getting those flanks in through the bushes. It takes, you know, it takes a fair amount of time. It takes at least 5 to 7 seconds to flank all that way. But if if the side of tea drinkers are just going to hold that middle half the entire time, then they're going to be able to do it every single time. They don't want to have 1 or 2 members pulling back looking for him because then they're going to lose the numbers advantage again in the middle of the map. So it's like, you know, do you pull the whole team back just for that 1 member and then go straight back forward? Like, does it even matter? Because on the respawn, they're just going to regroup anyway because the spawn point is so close to the rest of the team anyway. And that's, you know, a lot of questions they need to ask them, and they need to try and realize what they want to do. I think one of the players, on Tea Drinkers, I think it was the Amber, did notice this quite a lot really early on in the game, but they couldn't stop him because they didn't know how far forward he's pushed up. Is he still sitting back? And it's going to be a real pain. I think it's just a decision making from Tea Drinkers where if they know someone's behind them, it doesn't matter if you want to pull all the way back. You know, just pull all 3 members back. Just at least deal with him. You may give up 1 gem, maybe 2, but it's better than losing map control and getting flanked straight afterwards. You know, these are the kind of decisions you need to try and think about. And I think they did think about it. You know, they were on the fence, but still collecting the gems. So they were kind of saying, well, we could push you, but if we've got the cover, why should we? We don't actually need to. So a lot of talking points say, look, I said it before, Tom knew that Mori or Maru was always pushing around that left lane through the bushes, and Tom was ready for it. Again, early doors, just making sure that they don't push through again, and then letting Casey and Spen free roam and do that thing. But Maru isn't doing it again. Tom adapting to what Totem are doing. But then again, Maru's just, you know, repeating what he did before, you know, not really making any changes. He should have sat back a bit more and coordinated with his team instead.
Yeah, now we have a bit of a left side for Tribe, right side for Totem situation. And so far the gems have been pouring into Tribe's pockets, whereas Totem not quite as comfortable of a situation. Look at that, if someone goes for the gem, Soy is ready for the pull. But they did get burned down, and that is going to make things a bit more dangerous here. Soy was a nice trade, 8 gems for Totem, but Spen, can he find Soy de Breza? Oh my god, that was a close affair, but Spen is going to run off with those gems, and that's going to be enough to secure the countdown for Tea Drinkers.
Certainly have done indeed, as Mario gets taken down, and this is going to be a 2v3. It's going to be very, very tough. Tom doesn't stay alive, but the damage has been done. Both players are on around 1,000 hit points. And that is going to be it here, Teddy. So 1-1 now. Tea Drinkers again adapting. It's like I said, Maru was just pushing around the left lane or the right lane just way too easily, way too easily. And, you know, Tom isn't psychic. You know, he's not going to know he's going to be on this exact part of the lane at this exact time. But what I liked is the fact that he just trial and errored and then delayed the inevitable. So he was instantly shooting through the bushes in that left lane just in case he's already pushed up, but he knows that he hasn't pushed as far as he has because it's right at the very start of the game. So Mario looked and thought, oh damn, actually he's already starting to look for me. I can't just repeat what I did before. And as soon as Maru witnessed that the first time round, he should have just regrouped with his other 2 teammates and then focused on going for the middle or going for the push. But instead, he carried on trying to use the same strategy. Tom isn't stupid. He is going to sit there and wait for you and be prepared for you to come through, especially with the Amber as well, and then just decided to try and take the fight. So very strange. I think he should have just regrouped and then pushed on through the middle and then trying to get map control instead. That was definitely the better option, because I think he kind of underestimated Tom, thinking that Tom's not going to expect it. Of course he's going to expect it. You did it for like the whole first game.
Yeah, at this level of play, you can't really, afford to be predictable, and that is gonna cost Totem that match point right here. Match point in favor of Tea Drinkers. This is gonna be their chance to get a 3-0 win in sets and just a clean match overall. Secure their spot in the winner finals. As so far, so good for Tea Drinkers. They pick up the first kill and have the early gem lead.
Yeah, this is looking much, much better, proving that Tea Drinkers' adaptability. Oh, here we go again. Mori is actually now going to be pushing it through that left lane, but has peeked straight back out to try and lay on some more DPS onto the side of Tea Drinkers, but Mori does take down Spen. Mori looking to push back on through, but Tea Drinkers at a massive disadvantage in terms of hit points, and now to see if I can pull back if they can. But Casey's still looking to do some damage here, as he knows that a couple of members are just as weak as he is. Tom still on that left lane, making sure that no one is going to push it on through, but Maru does take down KC. Spen trades out Maru, so good trade from him. The ball did come out, but no one's there to clean up the act. Tom, Casey still looking to face this 2v3 whilst waiting for Spen to rise up. Here he comes back into the centre half, and Totem only need one gem to then start the countdown.
Yeah, this could be scary for Tea Drinkers, at least for this individual set. They would still have the set advantage no matter what, so they still have some room to breathe and some room to just work on stuff and just get their act together for the next two sets. Marrow gonna get a nice pull onto Tom. KC and Spen quite low HP on the right hand side, but the countdown has started and they need a good kill to put an end to it here. Tea Drinkers, 5 seconds left. Can they still find someone? It doesn't seem very likely here, and Totem are gonna pick up this game and set, denying that match point from Tea Drinkers, as we are moving on to a 2-on-1 scoreline in favor of still Tea Drinkers.
And there we have it. Totem finally with a set on the board, as we're going to have a little brief look through the highlights to see exactly what occurred during that game. So, we could talk about the first game. Tea Drinkers were trying to deal with the initial pushes in that left lane, and then straight after the second game, they adapted to it. And then the third game, Maru decided to actually play with his team a lot more and actually be able to focus on what's important, and that's just at least doing as much DPS as possible through that middle and just trying to outplay your opponents, as just pretty standard in all fairness. But yeah, still much better from Totem, and this is like we expect from a team like this, and they brought it back by one set. Still a shame for them that they'd lost Brawl Ball, but I don't think they're going to be too demoralised now considering the position they are in. And then we can see how Tea Drinkers do respond or retaliate in this next game. I think you said there's no hot zone, so I think we've still got a couple of the other modes left to go. And looking at this, Tea Drinkers were only down by 2 kills, and they did have 30,000 less damage, and it definitely showed in that last game.
Yeah, it was a solid set from Totem. I wouldn't call it like super convincing either. As it could absolutely have gone the other way around, and it was a very there were quite a couple of clutches from Totem where they just came through with a couple of kills that made a whole difference, and that they absolutely needed. Snake Prairie though is going to be up next, and that is going to be an interesting map for clutches. Just made it out of the competitive map pool, so I'm happy to see it once more, as I was starting to kind of miss it, to be honest. But here we go, the standard Bo and Tara, and the Piper, a bit less standard, but still definitely a viable option on this map. And we have it on both sides. Stomp to pick up the first kill here in favor of Tea Drinkers.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is another map I can't stand, but we have to witness it anyways. Braze has pulled all the way back, rejoining with that Piper. Oh, look at that, Mori. Nice predicted shot on KC. KC's gonna be thinking, what an absolute fluke. And I agree ever so slightly. He knew he was around there, but not at that exact point. KC just trying to stay alive here, as you know, Teddy, better than I do on this map. It's just gonna be regroup, just try and go on the attack, and vice versa, and vice versa. And it's just there's one map we're not going to see a stalemate on. As Brazer takes down KC. Totem still up by 4 stars, something they're definitely going to be happy with. But so far, so good, as they're all looking to push that right lane. And, good prediction as well. Most of the British are taken out on that left side. So where else are you going to be? Believe it or not, common sense, you're going to be on that right side. But a lot of the crevice now, a lot of the map has been destroyed. So it's going to be a bit easier for Totem to predict exactly where they're going to go.
Yeah, exactly. Removing those choke points, the bushes, and making sure that if someone is coming, they will have information. Is just such an important factor on this map, because taking the lead is nice enough, but if you can set up a nice defense, know exactly where your opponents are coming and when, that just removes all the mind games that are there initially. Good kill from Totem. Tom is gonna fall as well. KC with a kill, but he's gonna get pulled, and I don't see too many ways out of this for him. Maru takes him down. This is looking like Totem picking up the first game of Bounty.
Yeah, this ain't looking too good for T-Drinkers. That wasn't even, it's probably the first convincing win we've seen so far. But what it's like, that map can be a little bit dodgy sometimes, and comp-wise can't really change things too much either. It's only very, very few times you actually see the bow. But yeah, good stuff from Tone. Only one more game to then tie it back to all. Another series where we thought it was going to be a little bit of a whitewash after seeing the first two sets. I think it's more because of the fact that when we see some very high level tier 1 teams like the Caliber, we should see a lot more high consistency, like pushing on forward, and not really let some of these teams come back this far considering they've got 2-0 lead. But Totem really proving us wrong, and again, maybe it's not just Brawl Ball, which their strengths is. Maybe they actually are starting to play a little bit better, adapting a little bit better as well now to T-Drinkers. And T-Drinkers got to, get that light bulb lit again, try and figure out a few ideas around this, because it is a very difficult map. I can understand it is quite frustrating, and the only way you can maybe predict what's going to happen and what the next move is destroying some of the debris in the area on the map, and we can do that quite quickly, but still very, very tough. Pretty much sticking to those comps, so we're going to see who's going to grab that first star. Still waiting for each other to make the first move as well. Casey looking to support Spen if he can, but Spen's already taken such a large amount of damage. Casey did take down Brazier. Maury was looking for blood as well, but Mario's already taken down Casey, so no need for that. Tom just chilling in that right lane. I'm not sure if he inflicted any damage, but they're definitely going to know he's there now after inflicting that amount. And Brazier still looking to inflict more. Oh, Brazier, great stuff from him. Not only destroying some of the debris on that right side, but also managed to re-heal, get that kill, and now they're up 10-2.
Yeah, and if you look there, there's no more safe spot to travel to the enemy side of the map for T-Drinkers. On the right side, there's like one bush left, but there's a mine on it, so it's not like, the information wouldn't be shared if someone was coming across it. Tom gonna get pulled, taken out by Maru. Spen does pick up a kill. Maru is gonna fall as well, but still a 6-star lead in favor of Totem, so they're in a pretty decent situation. Casey is gonna trigger the mine, gets tagged by it as well, so it's gonna be messing up the timing a little bit of that push, as Casey has to heal up. Almost gets hit by another mine. This is a good situation for T-Drinkers to make something happen, though, as Mari is gonna go down. They pick up the kill onto Maru as well, so he's gonna get pulled. Nice snipe from KC. What a play from T-Drinkers. Maru and Tom both getting traded out, which does give the single-star lead to T-Drinkers, and now they're running away with a countdown in their favor.
I don't blame him in the slightest. Tom in that left lane trying to keep back Maru. They're the one with the advantage with the first shot if need be. Tom takes down Maru. Brazier takes down Spen. And I think that's going to be it. Actually, it's tied, but T-Drinkers do win. Thanks to that blue star. Jesus. Holy moly, Teddy. As they actually do bring this back. It is going to be match points now for the side of T-Drinkers. We've been waiting for this match point for, for like last 15, 20 minutes. But they finally managed to get it. It did look pretty bleak. The worst bit is, like, on Bounty on any map, if you do have the star advantage, you're the ones who have to wait for your opponents to make the first mistake and take the first shot off. And if they don't, then yeah, they're pretty screwed. But the fact that they've got all that cover and pretty much camo, and they need to wait for them to make the push, and they can see it because of some of the debris being destroyed, that's even worse. I'm actually gobsmacked T-Drinkers actually came back from that, considering the star deficit as well. There's so many different things which actually just was not in their favor, and they came out of a disadvantageous situation. So, credit to them. That was some very good pushes, some great plays there.
Yeah, it was an amazing retake, to be honest, on that top right side of the map from Tea Drinkers. I think that Totem may have had some positional mistakes, being a bit too bunched up together, giving too much control to Tea Drinkers, so that at some point it was just like, yeah, we know exactly where you are. We have all the angles on you, and if you just breathe a bit too loud, we'll take you out. And that's really how it felt there, as Tea Drinkers are able to pick up the 2 first kills here. First time around in this set that they really have a solid early game.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, as it's now up 4-1 in favour of Tea Drinkers. Brays are looking to push on that left side. And you can see Tea Drinkers trying to play a little bit unpredictable. Just pushed up a little bit more forward than usual, just to extend their lead, which is good to see. You know, you still got to be unpredictable. You can't just sit back and just play the camo play and just try and get the first shots off, which you can do, don't get me wrong, but pushing up a little bit more forward than they expect is definitely going to help things. And you can see it's working. Totem are actually firing some of his shots early as they're pushing through those bushes, going towards that right lane. Casey takes down Maru. Maru gets to trade on Spen, and now Spen just looking to stay alive. I think they realise now, I think Mauri's now just making the call, saying that they're all still in that right lane, still grouped up together, and they don't want to push this numbers disadvantage. Mauri's still looking to try and pull back. Mauri's now rejoined the fray. Brace is trying to catch up, but again, just a little bit too separated, a little bit too spread out here. 30 seconds left, 10-star lead, and Mauri just been taken down as well, Teddy. This could be not only match point, but series for Tea Drinkers.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of time left here. Tom gonna find Maru once more. And the countdown is heading towards an end as we have 10 more seconds for Totem to make something happen, and that's gonna be quite a challenge as it's only Soy de Breza alive. He finds the 1 kill, but no chance for him to close this one out as Tea Drinkers take the victory here against Reply Totem.
Yeah, good reads and good adaptation there from Tea Drinkers too afterwards. Exactly what we expected from this team. And yeah, first game, again, night and day difference and what they rectified, mistakes they made. And I still respect Tea Drinkers for how well they did. In that second game, not just because of the star deficit, but the fact that Totem play really, really timid on the back foot when they've got such a huge advantage, and just trying to, they're just playing, competitive Brawl Stars as standard as possible. They're not pushing up like quite far forward to then trying to force them to, waste some of their shots as they're pushing up or try and fool them in any way. They literally just take the advantage and then try and use the camo cover and then just trying to use some of the structure as much as possible. And so the fact that Tea Drinkers still managed to push up onto that and did an almost perfect push. I'm not really too sure if it was the push which was so good or maybe the defense of Totem just wasn't as great, but nonetheless, Tea Drinkers are the one who take the series 3-1 overall. We'll look at the match stats in a bit, but in terms of the set result, only by 1 kill, 20,000 more damage for the side of Totem, but that's more because of the fact that Tea Drinkers were pushing up more on them rather than the other way around. But even then, they look at the damage, an extra 107,000 more damage for Totem. They did get 14 more kills, but as usual, the objective efficiency came in beautifully there, seeing Tea Drinkers with the 3-1 series win. I still find it quite funny seeing Bo as one of the best brawlers. That's ridiculous. But okay, that's all done from this set. So we've already had 2 sets. We've still got the first elimination match. We've still got the winners match, and we do have the decider match as well. So do not go anywhere. We'll see in a few minutes, but first, a few highlights from that last series. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Gamestars League Season 1 for Brawl Stars. I am Lethal. Joining by me is Teddy, as always. And another great match. I think if this is the first elimination match, it's going to be BB's Army versus Reply Totem. We do have a great winners match on ahead of us later on as well. So we've got some fantastic games still to go ahead. Still got 3 more matches. And if you're just joining us, welcome. This is going to be Group C. We already had Groups A and B from the international finals. And still got some fantastic matches ahead of us. As we're going to have a little peek to see exactly how the standings look so far in Group C. So SK Gaming, 6 games in a row, managed to take down BRAWLERS' Army 3-0. Tea Drinkers, they had a little bit of a struggle here and there in the last couple of sets, but do manage to take down Reply Totem 3-1. So that means we've got 3 matches left. So we've got BRAWLERS' Army, Bojo's Army against Reply Totem coming up next. We've got SK Gaming versus Tea Drinkers straight afterwards in the winners match. But first, we've got a little video package to show you to see exactly how they feel coming into the international finals. And that's Trav's opinion in that interview from Bojo's Army. Good bunch of lads. They mean well. Got no pressure. They've got a bit of pocket money, so they can go and use that money for, some nice chilled Saturday evening, or maybe 2 evenings, depending if they're lightweights or not. That's a few questions which they can probably tell me another day. But yeah, they've got nothing to lose here. They're happy to make at least top 16. They've got a little bit of prize money in their back pocket, like I've already mentioned. But now they'll play against a team a little bit more serious than them at the moment, because they're not mixed. It is going to be Reply Totem. Just having a quick look at the popular brawlers on both ends, and you can see there Mari with the 12 picks of Max. On the other side, Trav 12 for Jean, 9 bells. I'm surprised do you know what? I'm actually surprised Carol has actually been able to select Bell 9 times, because in the amount of times Bell's been banned. Yeah, but apart from that, though, pretty standard across the board for all the others, Teddy.
Yeah, that's very much true. Much more than in some of the other matches we've seen. I kind of want to point out also the versatility from some of those guys, because they did have to go through the second round of the group stage, right? So they had a couple more matches than some of the other teams, and yet Soy and Atkins, their max brawlers is like 6 times picked, which is not all that much, all things considered, since even some people, you know, that went straight up to the international finals had more picks than that for particular brawlers. A bit of a head-to-head between Trav and Maru. Yeah, Maru was much better stats overall, but I do think that maybe a bit of an easier bracket overall, an easier group overall, so a bit less challenging to get here. And also, I think that I think that there was a free win in favor of BB Army in the second group stage, which does mean that, you know, it's a match they maybe would have won, but they didn't play, so the stats are not exactly following, you know, the how many games they've won.
So now, indeed, let's have a look at the bans. And okay, well, Stu's pretty normal, Teddy, but I don't know what your opinion is.
I honestly don't really think they care too much about what they ban. I think they came today. I think the other day when the bracket was the groups were announced, they just looked at it and they're like, oh well, it was a nice run while it lasted. It's I don't really expect too much to happen. I mean, Nani is good on Shooting Star, but that's gonna be. Oh, I think Death Cap Trap. Nani is alright as well. But that's really about it. The rest, it's not even playable. So yeah, some assembly required. Shooting Star, Death Cap Trap, Super Stadium, and Split are the maps we'll be seeing in this matchup. Honestly, Lethal, I'm expecting a trio sweep again. I don't think that BBR may really care too much at this point. We might see a bit of a miracle game in set 2 or 3, maybe. But that's about it for me. Like, I honestly don't really see them performing in this match, and I'm expecting it to go quite fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume the same. Maybe a 6 or 7 game, you know, it's gonna take to pretty much end this. I don't know what to say, really. You know, Boris's Army, the lads, I think they're just happy to go, you know what, $400, right, we'll put that in my back pocket and we'll just head on out, shall we? You know, depending on the lockdown restrictions in their country. But yeah, so far already going into, we're actually quite far into this. Already there's, I assume only 1 siege has happened and already down to 24%. So Totem taking this mega seriously, and Bojo's boys are literally just, you know, willy-nilly, just not really too arsed here, as now they're just going to push on through. Maru down to, as we saw there, Carol de Leon does actually clean it up there. But yeah, this is basically this team just having a bit of a giggle, Teddy. I think you're right.
I mean, I honestly think they were just here for some fun and some quick cash, and they got that. So they already completed their goals, and I mean, you gotta appreciate some people for, you know, just staying down to earth and not being over ambitious. And that is gonna be the first game going to Totem already. I'm expecting some more of that in this match.
Okay, that's fair enough. Already that goes to first set. We don't even need to digest it. We're going to go straight into the next game very shortly. That was absolute madness. But it's like I said, at least having a bit of a giggle with it. You know, they're not... I think these are some of the most light-hearted lads in the competition. You know, there are some are still, you know, mega serious, trying to represent their country and then still get top 32. But the guys here are just like, you know, we've got top 16, we've got a few quid, so, you know, let's like give it a rest. We'll let the other 3 crack on anyways. But yeah, Bojo's Army lose that first game. It's going to be one of many. I'm not going to, you know, we're not going to lie to you. I think you guys at home know what's going to happen. Teddy knows what's going to happen as well. We're going to look and see the comps, and you know, Rosa, Brock, and Jean versus Nicole, Jean, and Max. And well, dare I say it? See if Boris's boys do actually respond in any way. Atkins gets the first bowl, and Totem does have one to their name early on. Carol takes down Brazier. Trav just having a bit of a giggle there in the middle. Almost takes down Maru, but Maru actually takes him down eventually. And funny enough, Bojo's Army, the guys have actually been able to get the first siege bomb.
Yeah, I'm very curious with the Atkins face cam as well, as he did face reveal like once, but I think that's about it. So that is quite interesting. But yeah, I mean, look at that. I just melting down right now in favor of BB Army. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, especially with something like a Brock. but Carol has been playing it very well, to be honest. And it does seem like Dietrich is kind of, yeah, was a bit busy down on the bottom of this map. This siege bot is gonna be going the way of Totem, as BB Army, yeah, it's not really gonna be too much they can do about this one. They only have one bolt as well, so the third siege bot does not seem very likely for them to get.
That is so true. Mori takes down Atkins. Trav takes down Maru. Mori, sorry, also gets 2k for himself. Bot is still down below, inflicting a little bit of damage here and there, and still doing a fair amount, actually. Actually, the bot is still alive. Takes it down to 51%, but actually, look on the side of Totem, it really could go either way. This last bot is going to make a massive impact of detriment. Atkins, obviously, you know, he's crying for dear life at the moment in that right lane, trying to get away from Mari if he can. But so far, so good for Totem. They do have 7 bolts to 1. Not going to happen. Bojo's Barmy Army are going to have to work miracles here after 6 bolt deficit to try and stop this next bot. And look at this, though, like Atkins almost going into their turret range, and actually did, just to see if he can, I don't know, maybe just try and keep this guys on Totem back as far as possible. But it's not going to make too much as Carol and I keep almost calling him Trash Kids. Atkins still inflict a fair bit of damage onto the bolt. Actually doing a pretty good job, but it's not going to be enough, though, as D is going to take their time taking out that turret. It's going to be a little bit too much here. Totem, not as easy as it was in that last game, but nonetheless, they do take the set. So 2 games in a row, take the first set. Bojo's Barmy Army not looking too good, and the prediction of being 4th in the group, yeah, looking pretty likely. Pretty damn likely, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty convincing set from Reply Totem. Not too much to say about that one. I mean, obviously, you know, we've talked about maybe a bit of a difference in mentality as well. Reply Totem, they're aiming to go all the way, right? They're aiming for first place in the event. BB Army, like, they're just, yeah, look at that, just having some fun, you know? Just having some fun, having a good time, going for whatever comes they feel like playing. And obviously we had a couple of odd ones in there. So yeah, it's a very drastic difference in mentality and opinions, and Totem was a strong way to kick things off in this match.
Yeah, it's like we said earlier, you know, boys is boys, you know, they made a few quid, so it's time to, I don't know, hang up their devices and just wait for season 2. I don't know. Totem, 14 more kills, damage wise, 19,000 more. Apart from that, that's literally about it. We're not going to dissect it any further, because we all know that, yeah, just having a bit of a giggle, which is, well, do you know what? Actually, it makes a nice damn change, really, in all fairness, Teddy. But we are going to go to Shooting Star for a bit of bounty, see if I can make any difference. I don't think it's going to be too much difference. I'm just interested to see what comp Bojo's Army are going to bring up this time. You know, what they're going to bring to the table. Literally, it could be anything at this point.
Besides Nani, I guess.
Yeah.
Because that was their ban, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no.
So, no Nani.
What are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Nani is probably the best brawler on this map. So, at least that is going to make things a bit interesting. Do we believe that they're, you know, still going to be picking up any games or sets? Not really. But we'll find out shortly. Anyways, right? It's going to be a bit of a challenge for BB Army. But once again, I don't even think it is, because they don't really care too much, it seems like. Totem, I mean, they are much more hungry for the win here. They also know that they do stand a decent chance in the decider match to just win it and go through to the next stage, to go to top 8. It's going to be a complicated situation for Totem no matter what, because even if they win here against Bojo's Barmy Army, they still got to win against SK or Tea Drinkers, which, you know, not exactly ideal matchups when it's a do or die situation, but I guess that's what they're going to have to go for.
Yeah, I'm just going to agree with that, because there's too much to say here. As Cal just, you know, Trav, not too sure what Trav's doing here. Why he's pushing all the way up? That was a bit of a good. It does get taken down anyway. No, already that's 2 kills to their name. I don't know what to say. Teddy, I think you're going to have to explain this one, I think. Explain yourself.
I think that even an analytical mastermind like myself cannot really come up with too much of an analysis on this one.
Yeah, probably. I'm not going to say it. I think we know what's going on, but I'm not even going to carry on to say it anyway. And Atkins is literally just chilling and just not asked at all in the slightest. Fraser takes down Carol. Maru, I think, yeah, Maru's realised, but yeah, it's not really too much there. They're literally just, I think they're literally just getting this played out. They know that it's said and done. They just want to end the series here. I think they're just playing it out just to end it and just get it over and done with, which is understandable. 25 stars, maybe they're playing a game of how many stars they can actually get before the game's even finished. And this is going to, do you know what, this is going to mess up the stats so much. We're going to see Totem with like a ridiculous like KD, like when they play the next opponents. We're going to see like Totem with like a 6.0 KD, and we're going to be like, well, if they've got this much of a KD, how on earth are they like, you know, barely getting through stage 2 as like a runner-up and stuff like that?
Yeah, well, that's how life is gonna be sometimes. I mean, it's gonna be a quite convincing win for Totem, no matter what. There's just not even enough stars really for BB Army to catch up. They're just having a bit of a dance towards the center of the map, playing this one out, and Maori is playing with one hand as well, which I just wanted to point out. Atkins just giggling around, having a good time with the lads, and taking that L with pride.
Yeah, Boris, if you're watching this, be proud of your boys, mate, because you know they are playing their absolute heart out. So you can just see, you know, I've never seen 3 guys sweat so hard in the game in my entire 20 years in esports. You know, just marvelous stuff. It's just great to see. So okay, game 1, you know, goes to Totem. Game 2 probably going to go to Totem as well. What more do you want me to say, really? Like I said, not going to dissect or digest it in any way, because I'm just going to literally be wasting my breath. And that's literally about it. So we're just going to wait for the next game to get underway. Traveller lads are going to be playing this out very shortly. And I think this is going to be straight up 3-0 in favour. Like I said, you know, Bojo's Barmy Army, you know, got a nice little $400 in their back pocket. They're going to be okay. They just want to, you know, get the money and run. Perfectly understandable. Kids switching to Dynamite. Okay, you do that, mate. And then Totem are still actually taking this very seriously. They're still using like full-on range game brawlers just to make sure that it's absolute guarantee. If it was me, I'd just be like, right, okay, I'm just going to have a bit of a giggle as well and have a bit of a laugh in the middle of the map. But then literally just full-on sweating is making sure this is going to be absolutely in their favour. But yeah, it's it is funny, not gonna lie. So Totem with the lead, and it's probably gonna stay that way.
Yeah, it's not very likely to turn around here. Atkins is just having a bit of a contest of how many double jumps he can get off the Dynamite, but so far it wasn't really a whole lot, as he did get sniped down. Yeah, they're not really giving him any chances to have some fun, as he's just trying to dyna jump around the map, and everyone just seems to be trying to interrupt him. And look at that. He's actually going to go for a shot, but he's going to miss it. Carol is very low HP as well. Yeah, this is just not really... There's not too much to say, right? We like to analyze and think about like why things are happening a certain way. In this match, things are just happening, and we have to be okay with that. I think that's pretty much my take on this one.
Atkins looks like he's just down the pub, just chilling, having a chat with a few of his mates and that. Like, literally just absolutely not a care in the world. He's just literally just waiting for the game to be over. And you were saying one of them was playing with one hand. They'll probably beat me with one hand, whilst I've got like 2 hands, mate. So I'm not even going to, you know, talk about his one-handed play. But 26-11, we're not going to, you know, go too mad with this game. Well, with this series overall, we know that Boss's lads are just trying to literally end this series out. Brazier takes down Trav, just waiting for the rest of them to let the countdown get drawn out. And that will be set to going to Totem. It will be a 3-0 eventually, it's just a matter of time. And you can see they're just delaying inevitable. What's the quickest game type? Probably Brawl Ball, isn't it? So if they just get Brawl Balls the next set, that'll actually make things perfect, really. But knowing our luck, we're going to get... well, if it's Hot Zone or Brawl Ball, then that'd be perfect. It probably won't be. It's going to be something else which goes to full distance, isn't it? Just trying to think from the top of my head. Probably Gem Grab or whatever.
I mean, Bounty is probably the worst, right? Because you're forced into like 2 minutes and a half of a game of this. In the others, I mean, Brawl is definitely the best because you can just score twice and it's over and have like 20 seconds games technically.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how that all goes down. As so far, yeah, there's not all that much to say about BBA, whereas Totem are having a bit of an easy time. Is it maybe a bit of a three-man's group for Group C? Maybe. It's kind of funny how in Group C you have like maybe the three best teams in the whole thing, and then you have BBA that just doesn't care. Like it's literally a three-man's group with the three best teams. Yeah, it's insane.
I'm not even going to go through the stats. Look at the stats. That just says it all. I don't need to. You guys know stats. You guys know numbers. You guys saw what happened that game. So I'm not going to go through it because I'm just going to be wasting my breath. So 2-0 Totem. Bojo's absolute mad Barmy Army are going to let them win 3-0. And I don't know what set it's going to be. Oh my God. It's not even. Look, I said we needed Brawl Ball or Hot Zone to finish this quick and we get Gem Grab. For God's sake. Actually, Siege would have been alright, actually, if they didn't try and fight back.
Yeah, it seemed like in Siege they did like give a bit of a fight, but Bounty was another story. I'm expecting Gem Grab to go a bit more similarly to Bounty, to be completely honest with you. I'm expected to go quite fast, or as fast as Gem Grab can go, as obviously, you know, there is a bit of stuff happening with BBA, and they're not able to compete in their full potential, so they're not really trying it either. And yeah, it seems like we got a lot of tanks and Mortis action in this game. Maro on the Brock as well is going to be an interesting one. I do feel like that's maybe something he allowed himself to do because, you know, they know that BBA isn't really trying all that hard, or yeah, I'm not entirely too sure, to be completely honest. Atkins gonna get a nice roll down onto Maori, but actually gets melted down right after. So that's gonna be a quick death, as Totem so far have full on center control and are getting Bolt after Bolt secured.
That's right, yeah.
After Gem.
Bojo's, oh, is it Gem? Is it? Oh, I thought it was something else. I'm glad you told me anyway. But, yeah, the guys on Bojo's Barmy Army, yeah, people understand. They're not disrespecting the tournament or anything like that. They literally just can't play to their full potential today. So they're just memeing a little bit. So, you know, don't worry about that. It's all good. Plus, you know, I think even if they play to their full potential, they'll probably get a similar position, just maybe take a couple more games anyway. So I think everyone watching understands that we understand it and they understand it as well. So, you know, it's better for us to get these games over and done with as soon as possible, so then we can crack on with the winners match and the side match later on. You know, Maru doing a spinneroonie, just chilling, waiting for them to continue pushing upwards. Traskins and Carol saying hello, but they'll be saying goodbye in a minute as well, especially to competition. So I'm just backing away, actually just still pushing him for the gems here. And actually, Mario does take him down. And there we have it, another game for Totem. One more should do it, or not should do it, will do it. They are on that point. It's going to be 3-0, and then we can rest our voices for another series until the next one's going to be the winners match. If you're joining us, welcome. We've already had nearly 3 matches done. We've still got the winners match and the decider match to decide who's going to be coming top 2 and bottom 2 with the group to go to the top 8 of the playoffs. We're just waiting for the guys on Totem to try and finish this game up ASAP, but we're not getting the game modes to actually finish this quick enough. We were asking for just, you know, Hot Zone or Brawl Ball, actually, just to make life easier. It's set 4 and 5, so yeah, typical. We have to thank the guys to actually make sure that they get Brawl Ball and Hot Zone on the final 2 sets. Oh, it's typical, but yeah, we're just chilling at the moment. We're just waiting for this series to just clean up, you know, to finish up here, and then we're going to fix on to the next series. The next series after this will actually be SK Gaming versus Tea Drinkers, a very, very competitive matchup. Of course, depending on the maps as well. And just waiting for them just to finish up here. So, match point for Totem. Looking to get that mid control and just waiting to get the gems and just end the day. So, if they do, well, actually, it's not if they do, they will. Once Bojo's Barmy Army do lose this series, they will place 4th in the group, but placing top 16, they will get $400, so a little bit of cash in their back pocket to go out with, so that won't be too much of an issue. And then, you know, so far, you know, for a mixed team getting top 16, it's okay. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think that was what they were aiming for as well. You know, BBA, they are a fairly realistic team, let's say it that way. And if they feel like it's not doable, they're not really gonna try too much. Which, right now, I mean, it's just the way it is, right? I think they were hoping to. Their goal was to get to top 16 and then hope they have a lucky group. They got the worst group, which is maybe a bit of karma.
How dare you try and ruin the groups? You go back into the group of death, boys.
Like, that's literally how it went. And somehow they are winning right now, which is quite interesting. But yeah, I think that this game is just, you know, putting in doubt everything I know about competitive Brawl Stars.
Yeah, don't take the mick, boys. Give them the gems. Don't start this reverse sweep. You know, we've been waiting for you for the last 15 minutes to sort this series out. But they are up 9-5. Yeah, they'll get taken out. Actually, there we go. So that's then done. That's all the gems all grabbed. See, you know, even their opponents have been nice to me. See, even Atkins is having a bit of a giggle, laughing away, knowing that, you know, this is pretty much done. So looks like Joe's Barmy Army, sadly for me, sadly for Teddy, sadly for all of us, it is the last we're going to see of them in the competition. But they got a nice little bit of bunts to put in their wallet and then crack on with. So they'd be happy with that. And if they didn't play to their full potential, but if they did, it weren't going to make a difference. So
did you see Atkins turning the... Did you see Atkins turning the camera off as soon as the game is over, just being there like, all right, you guys next time.
We're done now. We'll see you later. See you later. Bye. Bye. It's like, right, we're done now. Literally on the second, he just like, right, we're done, boys. See you in a bit. But there we have it, though. Like, but I'm not going to, you know, make you get any more involved in this. Yeah, so it's done.
Man, I just absolutely love it. My guy is just there like, all right, that's my time on stage. You know, you guys hired us for one match. Time is over, going home. Like, not staying 1 minute after. Yeah, that's the first time I see that, and I absolutely love it. All right, well, yeah, Totem was a convincing affair here. There's not too much to say about it, right? I feel like this match could have been a juicy one if BBA tried, but you know, for their own reasons, they're not really able to do that today. So I would have loved it to see them, you know, actually trying this one hard, but I respect them for showing up in the first place, right? They could have just had a forfeit. We've had plenty of that in the past, and at least, yeah, they came true. They played their games, or whatever that was. And Totem are gonna move on to the decider. To the decider matchup. Sorry. So we will have our winners match first. That is gonna be SK Gaming versus Tea Drinkers, aka Tribe Gaming. And then the winner of that is gonna go to the top 8. The loser will be facing Reply Totem in the decider match in a do or die situation. Before that, guys, we have a quick break as you guys have some highlights to look at from this masterpiece of a match.
what an interesting day we've had so far from everyone watching and from Teddy and myself as well. It's been, every day's been different, shall we say, very different, as we are going to continue on with Group C. We've just had a incredible elimination match, probably the best match I've seen since casting this league. And now we are going to go straight to the winners match. Now, sadly, we have to make it a little bit more serious. But before we go to SK Gaming and Tea Drinkers, what made me laugh is when you were talking about Atkins earlier when he turned his cam off. He was like one of those people where he's got a 9 till 5 job, and as soon as he sees the timer hit 5, he instantly just get off his desk and just run straight home. Like, literally just one of those kind of people. But sadly, Boris's boys, Boris's army are out. I'm sure you're all shocked as well as we are. But we have to get just a little bit more serious now. We do have SK Gaming versus Tea Drinkers, Tribe, whatever you want to call them. And this is going to decide who's going to place first in this group, and we'll play against one of these second place teams in one of the other groups. So we do a Semantic, Jeton, and Sky, and we have Tom, Casey, and Spence. I didn't see Lazar this time. I don't know why it's Lazar, but we do need to get that changed to Tom when we get the opportunity. Looking at the popular brawlers, see Casey with the Max, Spen with the Gene, Jeton with the Poco, Semantic with the Stu. But apart from that, everything else is a little bit similar. You can tell where SK Gaming haven't played much. They do actually have a ball in one of his top ballers. Interesting.
Yeah, I have a bit of an interesting story here about Jeton, I believe. So when they were playing the international group stage in the first round, SK Gaming, they basically had the monthly finals like a couple of days later. So they didn't want to reveal any of their comps and strategies before that. So they just decided to play one comp throughout the entire day. And they just went for that. And it was with a Poco. So that is one of the reasons why, Poco is one of the brawlers they've been playing the most. Just because they didn't really want to play anything else. So it's not like I expect them to play Poco 10 times in this match, but yeah, it's still a bit of an interesting strategy, and I thought it was quite an interesting anecdote from a couple of weeks ago. We have our bans ready. It's gonna be Byron from SK, that's interesting, and Bell from Tea Drinkers. So Stu is gonna be in play. That is definitely gonna be something interesting. Byron is a solid brawler. Is it strong enough to justify a ban? I mean, SK believes so, at least. So we'll see. I mean, I think the maps might help us kind of understand the reasoning behind that. We'll see that soon enough. This is quite a matchup we have ahead of us, and yeah, I mean, SK, they are going to be favorites just for being the best team in Europe at the moment. But Tea Drinkers, they're not all that far behind, and on a good day, we've seen them beat SK Gaming recently, but they need it to be a good day.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, actually. I think in the opening series of the day, SK actually banned Byron back then as well. So I'm not sure if it's a brawler they struggle with, or they know something we don't. I don't know. It's weird. It's yeah, a little bit of a strange one, to say the least. Going through the maps and modes, Bot Drop, Triple Dribble, Kaboom Canyon, Trium, and Shooting Star, if it does get to set 5. Definitely a strong possibility as well. In terms of prediction, I'm curious to see what you think, Teddy. Just giving us a little bit of insight between these two teams, because you say with Tribe Gaming, Tea Drinkers, they do have an element of inconsistency sometimes, but SK, how do you feel about them going into this?
SK is probably the most consistent team in the world. Most teams, that's what they're struggling at. Yeah, exactly, because you have to keep in mind, like, Brawl Stars is a game with tons of maps and game modes and brawlers, so it's really hard to be good at everything everywhere, right? SK, somehow they truly are. Like, you can make them play anything on any map, any mode, any brawler, like they're gonna be just fine. Like, that's the thing with SK. On a bad day for SK, they're probably still #1 in the world. That's how scary it can be, or at least in Europe, right? Yeah. So yeah, they're really, really solid. That doesn't mean they're invincible. We've seen them take a couple of losses, particularly to Tea Drinkers in the past. So that might be happening again. First Siegebot is going to be going the way of Tea Drinkers, so they're going to be quite happy about that. First Siegebot always quite an important one, as it does define a bit of the tempo and the pace of the game. They will be getting that first push. We'll have a single bot lead as well, and since they will be able to keep control, they're going to be quite happy about the situation right now, Tea Drinkers.
Yeah, SK one of those teams where it doesn't matter what composition they have, they're that good. It just makes people sick, really. It makes me sick just thinking about it. It's Samantha must get a little bit of damage done on KC there. KC just trying to survive with that Pam, but with Tom's Poco's re-healing very, very well. Spen looking to back away again. Tom's getting super so quickly and literally just doing a little bit of damage just to help that. And we saw there Sky managed to take down the Poco, which is going to help massively, and it's going to push a lot of the players on Triumph Gaming back, but the damage has already been done. They've already got 8 bolts, and SK have only got 2.
Yeah, this is a good situation for T-Drinkers. They have a really solid comp for this map as well, and I think that the fact that there's no anti-heal whatsoever on SK, like a Crow, is going to make things very complicated for them moving forward into this game, and I don't even think we will be moving forward into this game. Yeah, look at that. T-Drinkers with a quick first win here against SK in the first game of this series. Strong stuff from T-Drinkers. I do feel like there was a bit of an outcome more than there was like an outplay or anything along those lines. I think the healing was just too much for SK to handle, and I feel like they should maybe have been ready to play something like a Crow that is first of all strong on this map, but also the anti-heal just means that the triple healing comp is not really going to be working out quite as well. So I think SK need to switch something around, have at least one Crow in the bunch, just because it's like Crow is really versatile on this map, because it's going to be good against anything pretty much, but it's going to be really effective against those anti-heals, and just increase the versatility overall of their comp, since triple healer was a big weakness for them, and I don't really understand why they played something whereas triple healer is kind of the meta on this map, or at least the expected comp on this map.
Yeah, I just feel like Tom used that Poco really well. Like, he didn't in the series beforehand on Brawl Ball, but never was given the opportunity. That's the thing with Poco. If you've got like a lot of room to work with, especially on an open map like this, then it's definitely possible. And you saw that SK were giving Tom too many chances to actually get the heal he needs to support his teammates. But now KC Spen on the back foot as Tom is just hovering around on that left side. Trying to wait to see what Jetin is going to be up to, but Spen doing some good damage. Tom still looking to try and re-heal, but at the same time trying to back Symantec off, and Jetin and Sky's also backed off as well. So Siegebot does come in, level 3. We're going to see how much damage it can do and how many bolts T-Drinkers can grab in the process of this, but Tom's pushed up just a little bit more, just trying to inflict a little bit more damage here and there to the turret, but that's still not too bad. Only 15%, but every little helps, so we'll see what they can do here. Casey in that right lane takes down Symantec, which is huge, and almost gets taken down himself, but Sky doesn't get the trade. That was really important, and now Casey can recover and continue to regroup with T-Drinkers, as the bolt lead is going to continue for T-Drinkers as well.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by T-Drinkers so far. Outcomping SK is something that doesn't happen a lot. Whenever I talk to a pro, they tell me, and they talk about SK, they're like, yeah, somehow, other teams, outcomping is quite like inconsistent. But normally you don't outcomp SK, it just doesn't happen. They do their homework too well for that kind of stuff. And it does seem like so far, I mean, twice in a row, they just have a comp that works better overall and have a favorable matchup. So that is really impressive. We'll have to see how the gene pool is gonna be. But so far, I'm really convinced by what T-Drinkers are showing us. We have a nice middle retake from SK. They're able to get the team wipe, which does mean they can pick up a couple of bolts. Normally, they should be able to catch up, and that could actually give them this game, because damage-wise, it's not all that great on the side of T-Drinkers. They only have a 15% lead, weren't really able to capitalize on those siege bots they got, and now there's a level 8 siege bot heading their way, and suddenly things are looking a bit dangerous for T-Drinkers.
Yeah, but they didn't even do enough damage to that siege bot, even at the halfway mark. You saw one of the players was in that right lane as well, and in the delay of the death cycle as well, and the respawn, there was no way they were going to be able to stop that in the slightest. I think the second siege bot didn't do any damage. It was just SK with a really good defense. The first siege bot did standard damage. The second siege bot, they defended really well, but none of the players on T-Drinkers were in a position to, just get in the way of the bot or even inflict any damage. You saw it was still on 45,000 hit points, like way past the halfway mark. And by then, you should at least do like 5,000-10,000, just do a chunk of damage in any way. But I think with one of the players being in that right lane very, very weak, I don't know if SK purposely left him in that right lane, because he was very weak. I don't know if he purposely left him alive in order for him not to be able to get back in time to help the rest of teammates and to continue to inflict the DPS, just so that there's only two of them to deal with it. I'm not too sure, but that would have been a very good way to pressurize if that was the case, and they actually did leave him alive on purpose. So it does make a little bit of sense there, but one of those. So SK, you know, they looking much better towards the end. That was a very good bot push, and I think it was more Tea Drinkers were just a little bit out of position and were just a little bit out damaged in terms of the timing of that bot actually appearing. So a little bit of a shame for them. They did have the bot advantage going into that next siege bot as well, but they just pushed for map control. I think right at the very beginning as well, before the siege bot even arrived, the third one, I think one of the players tried to push in instantly but got taken down in an instant. All three of them were ready for them to overextend out to their base rather than actually because I think they were trying to go for the bolts first rather than at least get prepared for this next bot. So yeah, a few mishaps here and there, very, very minor mistakes, which caused you know, some big problems to occur over that last part of that game. But game number 3, set 1, so it was convincing for Tea Drinkers. Game number 2 was actually a lot better for SK towards the end. We'll have to see if Tea Drinkers can at least get some kind of early lead again going to game number 3.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, honestly, I'm not entirely sure what went wrong for Tea Drinkers towards the end, because they had everything lined up perfectly to take the set, right? They had, I think, a man advantage. They had more bolts. They had control of the center. And then somehow SK just had a nice double kill towards the left side and turned things around. So yeah, maybe a bit of overconfidence from Tea Drinkers, maybe over peaking a little bit and just assuming it was already GG's, but they got punished for it. Well, this game, it's going to be siege bot number 1 heading the way of Tea Drinkers once more. Jesse is going to be quite an interesting pick from Semantic. Not going to be the easiest to pull off on this map, but he's going to get a nice kill onto Tom, but that does mean he loses that bolt, and it's going to be spent to bank it in favor of Tea Drinkers.
So far, so good, but the defense from SK is looking strong. It's only the first siege bot, so we don't expect it to do a huge amount. Managed to do 12%. Should have been 2 or 4% really, but they had to obviously wait for their shot to come back through and be able to take that last shot onto the siege bot. So Semantics on very, very little health on that left lane. Tom is looking to take advantage of that and try and finish him up if he can, but they're now both on the exact same hit points. Tom does clean him up beautifully there. Tom's still looking to try and stay alive at the same time, but it should be okay here as long as he hovers behind Spen, using him as a shield while he recovers and push up and maybe even support him in terms of DPS. That would be great. Semantic only literally 125 HP, gets cleaned up, and the second siege bot comes down for Tea Drinkers. Now, this is the next question, because before it didn't do any damage. How well are SK going to defend it here? Not looking too bad so far. It's only just made a start on actually dishing the dirt on that turret, and only down to 74%. So this large bot, this last bot is going to make all the difference here for both of these teams.
Yeah, this is gonna come down to the final siege bot. Tea Drinkers with still a bit of a bold lead, but it's not very comfortable, and Semantic picks up a nice kill onto KC. That could be turning things around as Jeden takes down Tom. And SK Gaming, they're gonna be getting the siege bot, aren't they? 5 seconds left. Can they bank any more bolts? They will, and that's gonna be a level 8 siege bot heading the way of Tea Drinkers Ike. They only need 27% damage, and that seems more than doable. But yeah, it's gonna come down to the execution here. KC is low HP though, Span falls as well. This should be it, as SK Gaming, they steal away the set from Tea Drinkers. And that is a huge lost opportunity from Tea Drinkers. They were dominating through this set, and somehow it's still SK to pick it up.
Yeah, it was not really too much to say. It was literally a replica of that second game. Nothing changed. You know, they managed to get the first 2 siege bots, didn't really do too much damage. The second one did next to nothing, and then there we go. The third one came. It was strong enough to be able to, you know, put on through. Do you feel like Tea Drinkers just didn't have enough DPS, or just weren't prepared for that last siege bot, or is it just the fact that it's too strong? It's guaranteed to do, you know, more than the few percent that it needed.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I feel like Tea Drinkers, they were maybe getting a bit too comfortable in some of those games and feeling like they already got it in the bag. And then suddenly SK, they come up with their miracle retakes of center control, and somehow things just line up perfectly for them. It was like a very weird and just an unusual game, or rather set of Siege, where things just didn't really make sense. Like every time, like, you know, on paper, as someone that understands competitive Brawl Stars, we were there like, yeah, this is gonna be game for Tea Drinkers, and then suddenly everything just falls apart. If you look at it, here we go, 5 more kills in favor of Tea Drinkers, and it just so weird. It really is, because everything was just going in their favor for this entire match. Every single third Siege bot, before the retake started, like, they had as many advantages as they could. They had the ball lead, they had control, they had sometimes even a man advantage, and somehow SK were able to just pull through it and take them down. So, man, I don't know. This first set honestly doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is Siege, and Siege is one of those game modes where anything can happen. Triple Dribble in Brawl is going to be up next, so at least, you know, we'll have a bit of a different perspective on this match as we move on to our second set.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you thought it was weird, Teddy, because I thought it was very weird as well. So I'm glad the same, we had literally identical insight. The only thing you can say, yeah, it's weird, because Tea Drinkers were outslaying them, no doubt about it. Maybe you thought there that, you know, SK had, you know, a bit more map presence with the damage, but I didn't really notice that, in all fairness. I kind of felt like they were getting outplayed individually in some of those lanes. It was just the defense of the bot. That's literally all it was. I felt like the second game is more due to the fact that SK played that well, keeping one of the players alive at Tea Drinkers in that right lane, and he could have taken them down at any point, at any time, within like the next few seconds. But he delayed it so much, but by the time he did take him down, then by the time he respawns, he pushes up, it's too late. The bot's already done more than enough damage. So some inklings of mistakes, or inklings of differences, which actually made a huge impact. But that last one was just purely the fact that they just couldn't defend that last bot. So it was a replica, but in tiny, minuscule ways from what we saw. So we are going to go to set 2. It is going to be a bit of brawl. We're going to see how action-packed this is going to be. We're going to see a lot more chaos from both these teams, and depending on the comps, we are going to find out now going into the first game of set number 2. It's going to be the Stu, Barley and Surge for SK, and the Ems, the Max and the Gene for the side of Tea Drinkers.
All right, interesting to not see Tea Drinkers on the Stu, but Ems is a pretty strong brawler as well. Casey going for the push. Can he score that one in? Oh my god, that was a close one. But SK defended off as they start moving upwards. Spen gonna get tagged, which will reset his heal as well. And now it's SK with a bit of a stronger positioning, a bit more aggressive, looking for some mistakes from Tea Drinkers to open things up and pick up a goal.
Still looking to see if they're going to push on through. Still doing a huge amount of damage, going right into their goal line just to be an absolute pain. Probably went in a little bit too deep there, Teddy, but doesn't matter, as now Semantic's going to pull all the way back. Jetton's also looking to see if he gets a bit more damage with that. Barley's has actually used his super towards the later half of their side, just in case he can try and do a bit of damage to Spen as he pushes out on spawn. Not going to happen. Jetton's going to pull back as Sky's looking to pull back with him, as Semantic still looking to do a little bit of damage in that left lane, but very back and forth. Not really either team having a considerable advantage. I'd say on the side of Tea Drinkers, they did take a bit more damage, but still looking to push up further. Semantic left on 168 HP, but it doesn't matter as it's too little too late. Casey does score, gets the first goal in for Tea Drinkers, and we're going to see what difference SK are going to make here.
Yeah, Scarix on the right-hand side might want to TP onto Tom's face at some point, but not going for it just yet. Playing it rather safe, does get the tag now. That's going to be an interesting and important 1v1, as whoever wins it is just going to give out so much more map control to his team. Tom taking a lot of damage, but still living off until Scarix just takes him down. Jedden was a kill as well, rather Semantic. Gonna go for the pass towards Skyrex. Can Skyrex score that one? And he's gonna go for the pass to Jedden, but oh, it's all falling apart on that push from SK. And Skyrex falls next. Only 18 seconds left on the countdown, as Tea Drinkers are still up by 1 game. And Tommy's just looking to put an end to this one. Pushing forward, goes for the shot, but rather just puts the ball on the side of the map. I don't think there's any time anymore, and that means that Tea Drinkers pick up the first game of Brawl Ball.
Semantic, bless him, he did try and make anything, just a miracle happen in that left lane towards the very end. He weren't going to do anything in the slightest there. But yeah, good goal from KC. You know, a few of them weak, he saw an opening, went straight through. You know, Bob's your uncle, went straight in. It was all good, you know, all gravy there. But now we're going to see what SK can respond with. This is exactly what happened in terms of how the side of Tea Drinkers played. It was just SK managed to adapt and replicate 2 games in a row. Is it we're going to see the same in Brawl Ball? We don't know, you know, because Brawl Ball can be quite a weird game type sometimes, a weird game mode. We get like Bounty where it can be a bit of a coin flip, but Brawl Ball can, you know, one tiny slip up, one opening can just make all the difference here, no matter how well you play. It's you've got to be very, very aware, and it's very situational as well. You don't really see too many stalemates here when they, only apart from the kickoff, of course, and depending on what comps you have. So, you know, we're going to see any Poco double tank, or we're going to see anything else involving Mortis, or we're going to see anything else just in general with a wide variety of strategies they're going to use. You know, this is what I'm looking forward to between these two teams. It's not to see 2 massive juggernauts going head to head here, and it's not, for the funny thing is, this is just for top 8, maybe even top 12, depending on the circumstances of the next match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to keep in mind, you know, like this match looks amazing on paper, but it does mean that only one of those 2 teams is going to go straight to the top 8. The other one will still have to battle it out against Reply Totem. So we'll see how that one goes. So far, the man advantage for SK early on, getting just a bit more control. Scarrick's going to be keeping that surge as well. I feel like he was doing a good job, but it was still maybe not exactly as impactful as they were hoping for. But look at that push. That's going to be the team wipe. SK Gaming picking up the first goal in a very different dynamic here in Game 2 of Brawl Ball.
Yeah, very, very different. Jetten uses that super straight away from that Barney. Semantic actually takes down KC. Jetten actually takes down Spen, so they could easily push up here. And great passes here, going to push it straight in. 2-0. That was a bit anticlimactic. There we go. SK going to take that set very, very comfortably. After they got those 2 kills, they did, yeah, it was just so obvious. You know, one of the players, whoever's playing with was the Surge at the time, was in a far enough position to get it done quick. And I think it's this is what I'm talking about. Like SK, they predict it before it happens. If they know they're going to get the next kill already, whoever's playing as the Surge is already way up front, waiting for them to be prepared and then be able to score it straight away. You know, some of the other teams will normally work together to get the kills, but no one's actually far ahead enough to then score it straight away. So this is what we like to see. You know, just no hesitation, just a lot of planning ahead and being a few steps ahead as well. And a little bit worried for Tea Drinkers here, as SK are now looking for the set point to then take this into set number 3 in a comfortable lead.
Yeah, this has been looking really, really good of a match already, right? I mean, SK looking a bit better so far, but if you look at, like, you know, straight up the games, I feel like Tea Drinkers has been playing maybe a little bit better. It's just SK, they're able to get the most important parts secured. Every time they do a kill, it's just much more valuable moments to pick up those kills, and they're able to convert it into games and sets. It is all tied up here in Brawl Ball once more. Last time we were all tied up, SK was the one to break through and win the set. Can Tea Drinkers turn it around this time, or is SK gonna do it again?
I literally have no idea at this point. It's just been very, very strange. A spike and a tick on the side of Tea Drinkers. Okay, that's going to be interesting to say at least, and we're going to find out if it's going to be able to work here. Jetten trying to run for his life. Not going to happen as Tom does manage to take him down. Spen and Tom are now looking to push up even further. Ball will go back into the left corner, so they need at least one team wipe in order to force out the situation. But Semantic doing a good job just getting the ball, just push it further back into that left lane. Casey does take down Sky, so it is going to delay the push from SK. And it looks like they just want to push the ball back even further. They're not looking for kills here. They're just looking to time waste if they can to then be able to regroup. But look at this, though. KC, every time, be able to get the pinch on one of the other players. It's a 2v1, but again, SK doing a great job just getting that ball away, making sure that they don't get given the opportunity to even take a shot or even take a risky shot here and there. So this is good stuff from them. Just, again, planning ahead by a few steps.
Yeah, this is pretty strong so far from Tea Drinkers with just a bit more control. And I love their interesting comp as well here. They pick up a kill. Span going for the shot. Oh, it's just barely gonna go in. and Tea Drinkers take the lead here with a minute left on the clock for SK to try to react to this new situation they have ahead of them.
Yeah, I wasn't really too sure about how this comp's going to work, especially on this map, and it seems to be working quite well so far. As KC does take out another one of the players on SK. Jetin takes the trade on KC. Tom looking to push on through. Jetin still on 708 HP. I think Tom was on 720 at the time. And this is going to be the push from SK. Can't push on any further. They may have to, yeah, they will. They're going to have to get at least one team wipe in order to then make matters worse. But what they're going to do with the ball, they want to try and pick up the ball and try and push it to one of the corners in order to waste time, but they just can't get to it. As KC is trying to take a little bit of a risk there, and another one's been taken down as Sky takes down Tom. And this is going to be Semantic's opportunity. Semantic does manage to get that last goal, sorry, the first goal, which will lead him now into a draw. And this is going to be potential. The next goal is going to be in the favour of SK, and this will be a 2-0 series lead, as it's going to be in overtime. Still got a minute of play, but how's this going to pan out, Teddy? Just these dying moments until we find out exactly if SK can finally finish things off, or if TD can now, bring this back.
Yeah, this is gonna be such an interesting one as well in overtime, as we have so many different brawlers. The Spike versus Surge, the Barley versus Tick, and only the B is a mirror matchup, but they're not even really playing on the same lane. Anyways, moving upwards. Oh my god, Semantic falls just when he's about to intercept the ball. They're good team play from Tea Drinkers, able to just sink that charge shot with a couple of shots to just support that and take him down before he can stop the ball. And that was really well played from Tea Drinkers, and it's gonna give them this game, and therefore set as well. We are going to set 3 right now, and it's gonna be all tied up.
Yeah, looking pretty good. SK ended game 2 so quickly I forgot it even existed. Do you know what? I thought it was 1-0 to TD because I forgot SK actually even played game 2 and even won game 2. I completely forgot because the game lasted about 30 seconds. But yeah, Tea Drinkers, they did take that. It isn't going to be a 2-0 series for SK, as Tea Drinkers show signs of life in this series and have tied things up 1-1. Very back and forth. That was such a great goal from Spen. Use that map geometry perfectly, knowing that it's just going to straight line it and maybe take one unpleasant SK off guard, which he did. So good prediction from him. And looking at the kills this time round, it was actually SK who outslayed Tea Drinkers, and even in terms of damage, look at that though, 49,000 more damage. Still took the L, but it's not exactly the L overall in the series. It is going to be 1-1. We're going to go into set number 3 very shortly between these two juggernauts. It's not a David Goliath moment for either team. We would say Bojo's Barmy Army was the David, but they're well gone and done and dusted here. And Reply Totem and probably could be a little bit worried here because both teams are looking very, very solid, very strong, thinking about what needs to be done way ahead of time. And now we're going to be going for a little bit of heist here, Teddy, on Kaboom Canyon to see if we can separate these two Titans.
Yeah, I absolutely love Kaboom Canyon. I think it's one of the better heist maps in the game, so I'm really excited to see some action over there. One of the maps where Byron would have been a great option as well, which could explain the ban from SK Gaming. I think instead Colette is very much to be expected. Maybe a Poco as well to support off the Colette in the mid. Make sure she's constantly healed up. And then we can maybe have a bit of a long-range brawler on each side. Maybe Piper. Bell was banned, right? So no Bell. But yeah, Piper could be a decent option here. Not 100% sure what else they want to go for. Colt could be played, but it's not the easiest. Nani is also once in a while played. So there are quite a lot of options, but what I am expecting the most likely to be played here is going to be Colette and the Poco together. Just a really strong combination. You can play that with the Byron as well, but since it's banned, it kind of just removes the question of do you want to go Byron or Poco? Just go Poco. There's some other stuff possible too. Some teams like to play some throwers on here as well, but we've been seeing it a bit less recently. Crow, also a really solid option I didn't think about. Max and Amber just very versatile in general, and we'll be seeing that on both sides actually. Just KC on the Max, whereas Scarix is going for the Colette. So no Colette for Tea Drinkers, which is definitely quite an interesting decision.
I thought Spen was AFK then. I don't know if he was or not, just chilling near the safe, but Spen is there. It's all good, not to worry. of the players in that top left. I'm not sure who it was. KC and Spence there, so I assume that's Tom in the top left corner. He was very, very weak. Yes, it is. He's just trying to throw a few projectiles here and there, just trying to do a little bit of damage. Did take half the health of Jeton, and Sky still on that left side, literally untouched, and managed to do a sprinkle of damage here, down to 90%. And look at the amount of damage Semantic's done, and look at that, Casey still managed to finish him up. Still, though, a lot of damage has been inflicted onto the safe, 62%, and that's exactly what they wanted. They knew even if they don't take him down, as long as they take down some of the safe's hit points in the process, that doesn't matter. Look at how much time Sky wasted. He wasted that much time, but it gave his teammates the chance to respawn and get back into the middle of the map. But already the pressure is on from T-Drinkers, trying to push the two players from SK back. Sky has already returned. Welcome back onto the map, pushing into that left lane. Jeton has taken down KC. Numbers advantage. They're going to inflict even more damage now onto the safe of T-Drinkers.
Things are looking really good for SK. They have such a big lead so far, a lot more control and a lot more damage. They don't need a whole lot more. But did he miss that super? I think he did, right? I don't think that's
so.
connected.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate super from him. They would have put the safe at like 13, at like 3% or something like that. But it is how it is. SK are gonna have to adapt from here, and the team that really needs to adapt is She-Drinkers, because they're still quite far behind damage-wise. Haven't dealt any damage on the safe yet, and look at that. Tom is gonna burn down to Jeton's shots. The jump in from Jeton to seal the deal, and SK Gaming was the first game of high secured in a very convincing way. 100% health on their safe, 0 on their opponents.
They weren't even on their side of the map, let alone anything else. I think one of the key pointers was Sky in that top left position. The fact that he wasted about 10 seconds just dilly-dallying about on that top left side. He knew that it wasn't the fact that he had to deal damage or show the map presence. It's the fact that just if you waste like 5 seconds, great. If you waste 10 seconds, even better. If he wastes 5 seconds, they come up to respawn and can fight for mid-map control again. Because he wasted 10, he could just push up onto the mid-map, not a problem at all. Still managed to actually push all the way up, inflict even more damage. And it was just ridiculous to say the least. They should not have had to waste 10 seconds to try and take him out. But Sky did his job, didn't have to do anything. Just being there was just being an absolute pain in the backside, just made matters worse. And it did mean that all of T-Drinkers had to pull back to clean him up, because they can't just leave him sitting there, you know, recharging his shots and recovering his health, because eventually he's just going to go straight for that safe again. He doesn't care if he gets taken down. If he could do an extra 10-20%, that's fine. But yeah, you're right about the collective. Shame about that one missed shot. I think it does, what, 13% to the safe, so it would have left on 3%, but they did it anyway. They destroyed the safe, so it doesn't really matter in the slightest. So that's probably one of the key plays there, the fact that they were just hand-given map control just because of that one play from Sky. But even then, though, they still looked very, very strong, had the majority of that map possession, and we're going to see if SK are going to continue this trend, as now they are up in this set. But will they take the set? That's going to be another question, as now both fighting for that mid-map control, and SK only slightly on the back foot here.
All right, moving on here to game number 2 in Heist. KC gonna be opening things up damage-wise with a nice super on save. Always the traditional 12 to 13% on that save, giving a bit of a lead to T-Drinkers early on. It's a very different dynamic to the previous game. KC doesn't quite connect the second tap with that super, so Jeton is going to stay alive. Jeton going for the jump, and a bit of a risky play there, as he is going to go down, and Semantic is not able to close out that kill. Going to go for the burn, doesn't connect either, and Skyrix is able to get quite a bit of damage on that save, but maybe not nearly as much as they could have if they were able to get the team wipe.
Spen just barely on the skin of his teeth managed to stay alive. Still taking a huge chunk of damage. Semantic also took a lot, but also gave a lot as well. Left on 311 HP. The man is trying to recover as much as he can. Is Jeton only on 756. Dropped down finally. Tom gets to clean him up. As Sky says hello, peeks in with the Colette. Does inflicts a little bit more damage onto the safe, but Tom, instead of pushing all the way up, he realizes that Jeton was actually trying to come off the respawn and will take out his crow with his own crow. Casey and Spen still trying to hold the middle of the map. They're getting distracted by Jeton here. This is what I mean. There's always one member of SK, even though he wasn't deep into their half of the map, still just being known there in that position, it's just been a real nuisance. And Tom's still trying to clean up Jet and finally managed to finish him up. But Semantic takes down Spen. Casey trades Semantic straight afterwards. Sky is the last man left standing, just hiding behind that structure, letting them give up that 13%. They know they're still in the lead. But speaking of 13%, if they get one Colette Super onto that safe, they're going to tie things up here. And Casey's looking for it. He's trying to get a little bit of damage onto Semantic and Jetton, and then he can then speed on through and get that additional 13%. He's looking for it. You can see, will he be able to? Oh, you saw there. He was actually trying to go for it, Teddy, and he actually got taken down as he was just about to use it. He knew that if he wanted to do that, he would have tied it straight away. Oh, what a way to actually take that. But Ben, I just noticed they dropped it by 45%. So they would have won by 3%, even if he did hit that safe. So there we have it. SK, nice clean set there from them.
Yeah, that was close towards the end, but yeah, T-Drink is just not able to make things work and take the damage they needed. It was a good attempt, to be honest. It was much closer as well as the previous game. But yeah, SK looking as strong as, you know, we expect from SK Gaming. This was a bit more what I expected from SK in the set. Just really solid overall and not really getting in danger all that much. It was still rather close and it could have gone the way of T-Drinkers, but SK Gaming, they do take that set. It's going to be 2-1 in sets now, and this is where it starts getting more dangerous for T-Drinkers, as they can't drop a single set anymore, and winning 2 sets in a row against SK Gaming is quite a challenge. So yeah, I wish them good luck.
Yeah, I wish him luck as well. Objective efficiency, as you can see there from SK Gaming. Kills pretty much the same, 14,000 more damage, but it's just the little things, you know, the little things, Teddy, make such a big difference here. You know, Sky being a pain in the backside in the top left-hand corner, and then Jetton doing the same. Not as well as Sky, but, you know, was able to get some kind of positional advantage and being a nuisance with it as well. And I will say that T-Drink has played much better that game. And you could see their thought process towards the later stage of the game just to try and tie the percentage up if they could. Sadly, they couldn't, as we're going to play a little bit of Hot Zone now, Teddy, going into set 4 and see who's going to get the upper hand here. And maybe he could go to a set 5.
Yeah, that could very much happen. I mean, Triumvirate is a bit of a disaster of a map, so we will find out soon enough how that one goes down. Usually you see 2 things. Either it's a 1v1 on each lane, and it kind of gets crazy towards the end because it's pretty rare that everyone wins their lane. So it ends up being like people teaming up against certain lanes towards the end game. Or it's going to be like something like a 2-on-1 on certain lanes, and you only have like 2 lanes covered by each team, and it gets even crazier as it gets a lot more chaotic from the start on. So I have no clue what to expect. I haven't seen this map being played tons of times in competitive. In Power League, it's been a nightmare every time I had to play it. It was one of my least favorite maps. So yeah, I'm interested to see how those pros are going to be approaching that, as they will definitely have, you know, quite a couple more insights than me for competitive. But at the same time, it's not a map they really scrim or prepare beforehand. So I'm really just interested to see how this one is going to go down.
I just find it hilarious that as soon as I hear the words come out of your mouth, Power League, I just know that it's going to be something bad about the map. It's like this happened to me in Power League. This happened to me in Power League. I just know straight away you're going to say that the map's just awful. And like instantly, since I heard you talk about it, which is understandable. Like, you know, I actually do agree with this map. It's not my personal favourite either. And Sky looking to dish a little bit of damage onto Tom. Tom still being able to stay alive, but Spen takes down one of the players. I missed that there, but Semantic does get the trade onto Spen, and Sky and Semantic still looking to take down one of the players in mid, and Casey looking to back off Sky, which he has done to a certain degree. Tom trying to give him a helping hand. It's still very even, but I think, yeah, it's what we expect from this map, Teddy.
I don't know, man. I mean, this is going to be about adapting, you know, because I don't think either teams are like super ready for this one. I think it's more about like what they can come up with live in the middle of the set, which could be a good chance for T-Drinkers to get the lead. But at the same time, we do know how SK is just so good with their comms, so such a smart team as well. so that could give them a bit of an advantage. But so far, it's been a really close affair. SK had the lead for a long time, but they struggled after they finished capturing the bottom zone. So Tea Drinkers able to catch up, and it's only a couple percentages difference now.
Yeah, it's been so close pretty much most of this game. KC has taken way too much damage, and I think that's Tom as well, who's also taking quite a lot as well on top of things, just making matters worse. Tom just through the barricade trying to deploy as much damage as possible, but good from him, managed to take down Sky, so that's going to be a little bit of helping hand trying to get into that middle zone. SK still up by 10% as they have captured that zone, but still though up by 9%. Very back and forth. Jetton takes down Tom, also took down Spen in the process. Almost a team wipe there. Is Jetton still trying to hold into that middle zone? Still, percentages pretty much the same here as now TD managed to take down just a little bit here, but SK have now started to continue towards that 100% as Tom and Jetton are just having a little duel at the bottom. Tom managed to win that engagement. KC is trying to see if he can finish off Scar, but she does. Samantha does take down KC and tries to recover, but the turret's actually making pretty good use here. Samantha does take down Spence somehow. Jetton's going to give him a helping hand, and they're only up by 2%. They should be able to take it here. Spence was getting to the circle to see if he can play it, but no, he cannot. It's SK by a measly 3% take that game, and it is now going to be match point for SK.
Yeah, that was definitely interesting. And one of the things I think gets the craziest on this map is that very often it ends up being like each team is struggling to capture one of the like extreme zones, either the top or the all the way on the bottom one. And we can't see both on screen at the same time, right? So it's like a bit of a base rush, but we can't, like, we can see the percentages, you know what I mean? But you can't really see like if they're winning on each side and what's going on exactly. So yeah, this map, I hope it never makes it too competitive, because that would be a big loss for the world, to be completely honest. But yeah, this has been very chaotic. I wouldn't really like put too much onto this set, right? I think it's a bit too crazy of a map to really give us a fair understanding of how strong those teams are against each other. The problem is that right now it's match point for SK Gaming. They only need one more game and they're just done. They're going to the top 8, and Tea Drinkers are gonna have to play once more against Reply Totem. So Tea Drinkers, can they come back? Can they win the next 2 games here and then push things to set number 5? Yeah, sure, they absolutely can, but they definitely need to win every single game in this set, and on Triumvirate that's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's again such a 50-50 map, and the game mode in itself just makes matters even worse. And the fact that they've got to try and win this twice is just, yeah, it's like if it was a competitive map and a decent mode, then I would have like been able to digest and dissect exactly like what they could do. But it's very, very difficult. And you're right, though. You know, we can't see larger portions of the map, so there's going to be duels at the bottom. We can't see maybe objective. Some people contesting the objective at the top. We may not be able to see. It's just very, very difficult to kind of analyze exactly what's going on across the board. It is very difficult for anyone. No, I feel sorry for the observer, in all fairness, as now Tom is now trying to push back Semantic and Sky. I think they've got other plans, though. They want to push up top instead, and Jetton is just trying to get into range to inflict a little bit of damage, just to be, a little bit of a helping hand there. But he can't really do too much from where he's standing. He just has to sit in the objective, nothing much else here. But Tom is in range of Jetton now. He's actually going to push all the way up here, and will he be able to clean him up? No, he does not. And Jetton trying to get away, but wasn't able to. Sky's looking to push and finish off Tom if he can. Yes, he does get that all-important trade. Spen jumping in. Oh, that's not really the best time for it, as it was a 3v1. That's going to give SK a little bit of an advantage now, as Tom still trying to stay alive in that middle part on the map.
Yeah, Skyrick's going to get pushed by Span. Good timing from Span as well, as Skyrick had just used his ammo, so he was missing 1 ammo to close out the kill, and that just cost him that fight. So far, Jetton able to hold on to the zone really well. Is going to pick up a kill. Tom is low HP as well, and look at that, SK capturing the top zone. 82% in, only need just a little bit more to close it out, but Span is able to save the day, at least for now, by picking up that kill. Jetton is able to find one. Tom was the trade on the bottom right side. things are so close, but SK, they're also so close from closing things out. KC gonna get taken out. Skyrix barely survives that pull, but the percentages are just so even right now. This could really go either way. SK just a tad closer to the finish line.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous now. 6% difference between the two. Semantic gets a kill straight afterwards and gets that trade. Trying to jump all the way to the other side to see what he can do, but every jump's not really helped too much. Casey takes down Semantic. Sky's looking to push up as well. Spen looking to try and give a helping hand. All three members are at top. Teddy, yeah, this is just getting beyond the joke now. Trades back and forth as Jetta does take down the last member there as the respawn does come in. Still up by 5 to 6%. Will they be able to do it though? They need to push for this choke point, but the problem is they can't. It's too much DPS going into that choke point. SK again by a measly 5% now wins that game. The set and the match series goes to SK. So yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. I think we knew that it was going to be by a small percentage. It's just a matter of which way round it's going to be. But yeah, I do feel sorry for T-Drinkers there. They had to push through that choke point. They had no time, and I think they were just like, yeah, we're done. Like, there's no way we can push through this.
Man, that was such a close series overall, because obviously Hot Zone like 8% in total, making the difference between T-Drinkers taking this set and SK taking it. And even if you look at Siege in the first set, that was so close as well. A couple of Siege bots just barely heading the way of SK towards the end and just stealing away those games and ultimately that set. So really close affair, could absolutely have gone either way. Both teams playing really solid today, but it's gonna be SK Gaming to take this match home, and therefore their spot in the top 8 as well as T-Drinkers. Well, it's going to be a bit more challenging. I mean, they're going to be facing Reply Totem, a team that they did beat quite comfortably earlier, but you never know. Like, once again, we've seen both Totem and T-Drinkers winning against each other a couple of times in the past. It could still go either way, with T-Drinkers just being a slight favorite. So they need to be careful, just because they want to make sure that they secure their spot in the top 8.
That's right. I look forward to seeing these two teams bout out against each other in future matchups, even this competition or the next. Match stats, an extra 127,000 more damage, 30 more kills, not really too much into it statistically, just a little bit better objective efficiency here and there, but that last map can be a little bit of a write-off sometimes. It's very, very difficult to have any kind of control, or, you could say that map is a definition of organized chaos, if you can call it that, but I'm just making things up now. That's just no such thing. But okay, that's the winners match done. We know SK Gaming are through in first place in the group, but we need to find out who's going to come second. Who's going to be the next team going through into the international finals on Saturday? It's going to be between Reply Totem and T-Drinkers. So we'll see you very soon. But first, a few highlights from that last match. And there we have it. That's why we see SK Gamers, one of the best in Europe, managed to win their group a little bit more comfortable. Had a little bit of hard work from the side of T-Drinkers. We are going to see more of Tribe, though, as they are going to be in the decider match against the Likely Reply Totem, though. So this should be another good series between the two teams here. Tribe won't be too happy about the loss against SK Gaming, but we know that they've got that high level of consistency across the board. As we're going to look at the standings for Group C, as Boju's Barmy Army, we're going to have to say goodbye to them. They've grabbed their $400 and got straight out of it ASAP, and now it's just between last three teams. SK Gaming have placed first. We will see them in the international finals on Saturday in the playoffs, and they'll be waiting for the second place team in one of the other groups. T-Drinkers, though, are still in it. This is both teams' second chance, so whoever wins this decider match is through as second place in the group for the playoffs. Whoever loses, that's it. That's the end of the line for them, I'm afraid, and that's all done and dusted. So a quick look at the popular brawler. Lazar is Tom, by the way, if anyone doesn't know. So it's Tom, Casey, and Spen versus Brazer, Mori, and Maru. And just looking at the brawlers, pretty much the same, like pretty standard across the board, apart from the 15 maxes in jeans from Spen and KC, and the max with the 12 from Mori. That's yeah, literally about it.
Yeah, I really like how Tom and Soy de Breza are kind of like the slightly more versatile players in the team that will be kind of like filling the gaps and just playing whatever works the best with the rest of the team, you know what I mean? Like, whereas Casey and Spen, they really go Max Jean very often. We have a lot of Max and Tara, but also just, yeah, actually, interestingly enough, both Mari and Maru playing a lot of Max, both of them. But yeah, and it's really Soy and Tom to kind of fill the holes and see like, okay, this could be a weakness against us. I'll just play something that makes our comp a bit more versatile, a bit more playable and safe. And as we can have a bit of a head-to-head between Spen and Soy de Breza, I mean, stats-wise, it's really tough to analyze as well of one season. But Soy de Breza was almost a 2 KT, which is, you know, going to be a bit influenced by the insane win they had against BB Army earlier. So I wouldn't look into that just too much right here. But what I would look into is our player bans that have just come true. Bell on the side of T-Drinkers, Totem going for Stu. Well, I was saying let's look into it, but honestly, that's pretty much what we would expect at this point. Two best brawlers in a game means they are going to be banned the most, and this is not going to be an exception in this match. Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense to go for those bans. They are just too good of a brawler, both very individual brawlers, and I think that's when you know that they're really strong. You know, when you ban a Poco, when you ban a Max, something like that, like they're good brawlers, but they really have a big influence on the entire team, whereas those are just duelists that win every single one-on-one interaction. And just basically, if you don't ban Stu and Bell, you end up playing them in almost every game.
Even statistically, by numbers, it's hard to decide on the difference between both players or both teams, because you don't know how they even got here. Like, for example, they could have played some players where they're very experienced and, you know, quite high level, and there might be some teams where it's like, hi, you know, first time in the tournament, like, you know, you don't know who they're playing against, do you? So some of them will have like a 2.0 KD, some of them will be negative. You have absolutely no clue who they've been playing against, because it's completely random in terms of like who's grouped where in stage 1, and then stage 2 it got a little bit better because of afterwards they have to seed them a bit better, and then now we should have like almost perfect seeding going into the playoffs. So I want to know your predictions, Teddy, going into this, because we know how great Tea Drinkers are. Reply Totem are definitely going to be the ones on the back foot. We saw them lose quite badly. Well, not badly, but losing 3-0 to Na'Vi not too long ago. We could say that it's because Na'Vi were looking much, much better. You said about the element of inconsistencies from Totem. But before we go to that, though, maps and modes, Encirclement, we're going to go to Mortuary as well, to Canal, Olive Branch, Ring of Fire as those 5 sets. Could be a 5-setter, but Tea Drinkers, I kind of feel like have a fair amount, a decent edge here leading up to this set.
Yeah, I think they also kind of got the time to warm up through this day, right? Like, Totem, they had a bit of a free win against BB Army, which did mean that they maybe, like, aren't quite in the middle of the heat like Tea Drinkers just was, right? They just had a really tough match against SK. They played really well against SK as well. And despite them losing 3-1, I mean, that's kind of what you expect against SK, right? And getting some of those games and sets being really, really close is already impressive enough from Tea Drinkers. So I'm definitely going to be siding with Tea Drinkers just off this day. That doesn't mean that Totem doesn't stand any chances. Totem is a really, really solid team as well. It's just that today they haven't been quite as impressive as Tea Drinkers has, and therefore, yeah, my prediction would go the way of Tea Drinkers. I think it can definitely be an upset, though. I feel like Totem, they have what it takes, but they just need to perform, at their highest level to even just stand a chance here, because Tea Drinkers, they're a really, really tough opponent to play against.
Yeah, I don't know how good Tea Drinkers are compared to like the Na'Vi we've seen in recent forms, so it's a shame that we don't see those two go into like loggerheads, because then we can get more of an accurate insight on what we could expect here. But yeah, I hope this is going to be a close series. This is the final series of the day. If you're just joining us, between Tea Drinkers and Totem, the winner goes through to the final 8 in the playoffs on Saturday. The losing team goes home, and that is going to be the end of the road for them. Surge, Max and Gene on the side of Tea Drinkers, Ems, Gene and Max for the side of Totem, and we're going to see who's going to come out on top in this initial first game of the series.
All right. So far, a bit more of a stalemate, but Totem with a bit more aggression. Tom taking a lot of damage is going to fall. And Soy maybe was a bit of an opportunity, going to be pushing up, but he knows that he can't quite close the gap just yet and have an angle on that goal. Nice pull from Spen to open things up, and now Tea Drinkers have a chance to go back for a bit of a control retake towards the mid area. We'll do that successfully, as Totem is going to let them, but the question is, can they pierce through that defense from Totem? We've seen Totem having some really good defenses in Brawl earlier today, and this time they'll definitely need that as well. They do have a lot of supers available, but Maro is going to fall quite early on. Casey has the ball, he's pushing up, he's going to dash out of the M zone. Oh my god, he's going to dash through and just pick up that nice goal. What a goal from Tea Drinkers as KC pops off on that max.
Yeah, they've had some flashy goals here and there, like not even just in this series, even the one against SK as well. As now Tom was trying to pull back, McMurray stopped him in his tracks, but this is definitely going to be a goal here from Totem. That was a dominating performance, a very aggressive push, very well coordinated, as they absolutely took their chance to take the advantage by the horn and then managed to push in through. Beautiful stuff from them. So Tom and Spen going to be pushing up very shortly, but it looks like they've changed their mind. Casey got taken down straight away, and they're just trying to survive until Casey comes back. But this could be another goal for Totem here. They're just doing a good job, just pushing together and just separating every member of Tea Drinkers. But the players are just about to respawn any second. Good thing they kept the ball into that corner, because there was no way Spen or Tom would have got there in time. 15 seconds left. One team wipe could definitely be the game changer here. But Casey takes down Brazier. He gets traded out straight after. Thomas is trying to kick the ball away, but actually he could take down Mario if he wanted. Just had to bide his time and wait for his next shot to regenerate. And now this is where overtime's going to be played at Teddy, and we're going to see which one of the two are going to be able to take advantage of this.
Yeah, moving upwards here, Tea Drinkers in a good situation to take that game, but a solid defense from Totem nevertheless, as Casey takes quite a bit of damage, does have Spen to heal him up with the magic buffs and kind of just stay alive and have some extra sustain, so taking quite a hit there. The pull from Spen takes him down. Maru pushing up, has the charge shot. It's going to go for it, but a bit too predictable perhaps. Maru still alive though, but low HP, falls to Spen. And now we have a bit of a stalemate again as both teams struggling to get past the middle line. 15 seconds until the end of this game, and we might be looking at a draw here.
Yeah, it won't be too much of a surprise here, just waiting for any kind of mistake to occur, but will we be able to? No, it doesn't look like it. So they could maybe take a risk here, but it's not going to happen. It is going to be a tie game. So already very hard to separate these teams. It was a little bit worrying for T-Drinkers actually. Totem were looking for that second initial push straight after their first goal, and lucky for them, one of the players actually pushed the ball back into the corner, like he should do anyway. Wasted enough time for Spen and Tom to then get back on the respawn, and then after that, it was just not really anything to separate both teams. So, you know, we're going to go into it again, Teddy. This could be a long night, depending on how many ties we get.
Yeah, it could definitely be.
Not, but yeah.
Well, you know, draws are something that you're going to be seeing quite a bit in Brawl. It used to be Bounty that was just constant draws, but now that the blue star got introduced, it's not possible to draw at Bounty anymore. I guess technically it is, right? If no one picks up the blue star, then you can still draw. But yeah, I've never seen that happen before, so I'm not really expecting it to happen ever. But yeah, Brawl is a game mode where it does happen quite a bit more, especially at a higher level, because both teams know that if they go aggressive, they can get punished quite easily. Because in Brawl Stars, you, for the most part, always have an advantage defending. Just because, you know, the way the shots work and range, it means that if you're moving backwards and someone is following, you can just like slightly turn around and hit a shot, whereas your opponent just doesn't have the range. So you have the kind of a strength in defending. This is why supers are so important in games like Brawl, because they are ways to open things up. If your opponent is, you know, out of range and you're just not really able to take him out, but you hit a gene pool, then suddenly, well, you have a 3-on-2 advantage that opens things up, and you can kind of like pierce through that disadvantage from attacking and just find opportunities. And yeah, this is why, you know, in Brawl you're going to be seeing that quite a bit more on the high level, as both teams are just a bit too scared to go for some very, very risky plays. You do see them though, right? You did see Tom going for 1 versus 3, just dashing to the ball, dashing again later on, and absolutely clutching up for his team. And those kind of plays do happen, which is why Brawl is also one of those most exciting game modes, because you can just have insane clutches, but at the same time, it can get a bit still as well once in a while when things slow down and both teams are just trying to pierce through the defense, but never really able to find too much of an advantage to secure a goal.
Yeah, no, it's a great insight, Teddy. No, that completely makes sense. And I think you're right, though. Like, if it was like one of the opener matches, they could take more risks like that. But yeah, they're getting a little bit scared now. Tom has taken a few of those risks in their time, but you know, the pressure's going to get to him now. It's not like you can separate both his teams. It's not like playing against, you know, Bojo's Barmy Army again or anything like that to get into the top 8. You know, this is the real deal now. This is going to be very, very tough. It's going to be very difficult for either team. It's someone who's going to just think, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to do it. I can't be arsed anymore. It's one of those moments where when that risk does occur and people just think, oh, you know, I don't have the patience to, you know, sit back and, you know, wait for them to make the first move. That's when it's going to actually change things. Or maybe if they have got strategies they want to use in particular, or maybe they just want to save it for the top 8, but they may have to bring it out the woodwork now rather than anything, because they may not even make it into the top 8. As now, still quite a bit of a stalematy situation, but as I say that, Maru's taking down Tom, as Spen's taking down Brazier, Maru's taking down Spen, and then Maru also cleans up KC. Maru doing a fair amount of work there, as they're always trying to push up onto their side, just kicking the ball onto their side as well. Nice pull as Mari actually takes down Tom, and now left in a 3v2 situation. Casey and Spencer's trying to pull all the way back and just using those crates to their advantage just to recover and wait for Tom to regroup. But actually, even though Maru got taken down there, that's some of the structure gone, and it's going to give him a little bit of leadway later on in the match.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision for Spen to go for the pull there. Maybe they just want to avoid those kind of stalemates where they can't really do much because the walls are blocking them off. But look at that, strong push coming in from Totem. Can they score that one in? They certainly will. Maru tanking it through KC as Totem find goal number 1. And yeah, we were questioning that decision from opening up the wall, but so far it's been a bit of a mistake from T-Drinkers.
Certainly, yeah. This is not what we expected going into this next game, or because they still game one of the set. But were they going to be able to score this? Yes, they do. That's a lot better. As they must be feeling a little bit puzzled now on what they can do here. So that was good stuff from them, Teddy. And yeah, we thought that was going to be a lot more slower pace, maybe even another tie, because we couldn't really separate the two, even at the start of that, those initial pushes on kickoff. But Maru, very good slaying ability from him. And again, they're just taking the chances. When we saw Reply Totem playing against Na'Vi, they weren't doing anything which they were doing back then. When they had, a lot of openings for them to try and exploit, they didn't exploit it. They just sat back and go, well, do you want to go? Yeah, go on and let's go. But by then it's way too late. So yeah, that was a bit of a pain. But now when they see the exploits, they're actually just going straight in without hesitation. I think I can see why you've said to me in a few times that there's inconsistency. That's literally one of the main reasons for it, isn't it? What you said was absolutely, on the money, spot on.
Yeah, Totem was a good game here, for sure. But they need to capitalize on this one. They can't give Brawl away like the last time they played Tea Drinkers. If they took it, then we would have gone into to set 5 potentially, or they could even have won the match. So they can't afford to do those kind of mistakes. Brawl is one of their best game modes, and they absolutely need to make sure they can just secure it all the way through. Otherwise, it's going to be quite complicated. So this is their chance. This is their shot at just taking Tea Drinkers by storm and securing the first set. Now they gotta just close it out.
Yeah, and I remember you also saying before about Totem, because you're the analytical masterminds here, Teddy. Yeah, Totem, Brawl is one of their strengths, and they need to, prove that and show that, and they have shown it so far. But if they take this set, it's going to make a massive difference. A full team right there. None of the players actually got taken down. The bait and switching from Totem is really, really good, and they're going to be a little bit worried here. They're kicking the ball towards Tea Drinkers just to, at least make them, or force their hand, you could say, to stop them from being able to attack and able to push on up. But KC was looking to massively overextend. I think he was assuming that one of the players would be okay dealing with that last opponent, but sadly not, as KC finally took a little bit of time, traded Mori, and now things are going to be almost tied up in terms of map possession.
Yeah, we are in a bit of a push here for Tea Drinkers, but not really able to find too much just yet, as they did take quite a bit of damage in the process as well. KC quite low HP. Mario with the wide flank is gonna go down. Soy pushing up. Nice super from Soy. That's gonna be quite problematic to deal with, but Spen is gonna decide to super the ball away, which could save them from this goal, but does mean that he's out of a super coming back, which could have been quite a handy tool to have. Tom gonna drop the flames, doesn't connect onto Soy, and this is gonna make things complicated for Tea Drinkers, as Totem have a good position. Maori does have the pull available as well. KC is gonna go down. Maori was to pull onto Spen, that's gonna be the goal, and Totem in a good position to take this first set.
Yeah, this is looking very clean. They're continuing the tradition of what they did in that last game, and now just abusing it here. The pull comes out. Good stuff from Spen, taking down Maru. They are looking for this initial push, and you can see that TD, when they actually get the advantage, they will really just go for it, but they haven't really given themselves many advantages here. As Tom has taken down Brazier, Maru's traded out Tom, but the goal will come through. Good stuff from KC to tie things up with only 13 seconds left, dropping down to 10. So this push is going to be absolutely vital. They do not want to lose this first set. Well, in all fairness, neither team does, as Totem are so close from closing this first set out. But Fraser does it, taken down by Spen. This is looking bad, but they did kick the ball away. They may be able to either kick in quickly before the next person respawns and stops it. And you saw there, they did not give Fraser the opportunity to push on out onto the goal line. Good sync there, good passes as well, and quick thinking from Tea Drinkers. This is what we expected from them. It was only for the last 30 seconds, but a massive difference from what we saw from the last minute and a half. And there we have it, all tied up now in the first set.
Yeah, that's the thing with Brawl Ball, right? Until there is a goal, no team really has an incentive to go super aggressive, because it just puts them at a disadvantage. Once there is a goal, though, then one of the teams has to do something, right? Otherwise, they just end up losing, and that is why it really opened things up to have that goal from Totem. Tea Drinkers had to do something. They went aggressive. It paid off. They tied things up, and then overtime was a breeze for them as well. So well played by Tea Drinkers, they are going to tie things up, which does lead us towards our decider and technically fourth game of that first set. So far, an intense match already, but this is an important game because, as we said, you know, Tea Drinkers are the favorites. Brawl is one of the better game modes of Reply Totem, so if they can take this one, that would be absolutely massive for them, as losing it would be quite costly.
Certainly would be indeed. It's going to be a mirror match in terms of comps. Mori pushing him very, very deep here. Does actually take down KC. And it looks like Mori should be okay here. There should be a goal, no problem. Yeah, a little bit of BM here just to say, you know, this is my map, not yours. But we'll see how Tea Drinkers respond to that now. Tom's just going to dive, or was thinking of diving straight in, but has faked it and backed away. But look at the aggression from Totem. I think they're hoping to surprise him on the initial push, and they have done technically. They've actually taken down almost two of the players. Ben was looking to hopefully get one of the players taken down as he was pushing on forward. Passes it back to Tom to then kick it back into the corner. So they may get a team wipe here now that Mori's taken down KC, but they realise that they may have to wait just for a little bit of time. It looks like they're waiting for the players on Tea Drinkers to push, and they do have to push, Teddy. You know, they're down 1-0. There's at some point in this next 80 seconds, they need to force their way back, and it looks like they've been able to, all pushing together on that left lane with Tom being the initial person, first man in to see if it can get a little bit of damage done onto their side, but very even here.
Yeah, Tom is going to get pulled though, as Totem are looking to push forward, capitalize on that. We've had so many games going all the way to overtime. This time, Tea Drinkers once again need to find a goal, but it's not looking too good, as So is getting quite a bit of value on that push. KC low HP is going to fall. They trade each other out. They pull onto Span, and that's going to be it. Totem seal the deal, secure this first set, and take the lead 1-0 in sets against Tea Drinkers.
Okay, Totem, so you've won the first set, and it's just a matter of how they're going to respond now. That was very, very good from them. It's, again, very convincing. I liked how I feel like they're taking more of the risk now. Like, you've seen it quite a few times. I think they've just gone, oh, do you know what? I can't be asked anymore. Let's just do something. And yeah, there was a lot better. And I can see why, Totem, you know, you say that like Brawl is one of their strongest game modes. Obviously, depending on which map it is, but they seem to be pretty strong in that mode overall. So Totem looking very, very solid. Obviously, you know, the only stuff we could go by is like how they got slapped about a little bit by Na'Vi a few days ago back in stage 2 last week. But you know, this is much better from Totem. You know, they're not, hesitation is, it's so important. And when I say important, I mean like it's so important not to actually do it, because if you think twice, like on this game, every single count, so every single second counts, and it's so decisive. And even if you waste just a few on, you know, pushing up on an opponent after they've been taken down or anything like that, you know, this is where it's going to cause a lot of trouble. But speaking of trouble, look at that though, 42 kills to the 21, literally double the kills in comparison. The damage doesn't really signify that, only 16,000 more damage, but 42 kills, that's ridiculous considering we saw 4 games of Brawl Ball.
Yeah, that's a whole lot. I mean, it does show how good they are at like those duels and winning them, but also a bit of a struggle to close some of these games out, because we have to remember those games are all super close, and yet Totem have twice the kill count, right? So they were better at finding those kills, just a bit worse at capitalizing off them. That could be quite costly in some of the next sets and game modes. GG Mortuary is going to be up next, and that is one of those maps where it's all about, you know, finding value off your kills, because if you just find kills, you're not really going to find a whole lot. You actually need some damage on the save, and it's quite hard to get that as well. So maybe a bit of an advantage for Tea Drinkers in that regard, but it's going to be a challenge for both teams nevertheless. It's a tough map to play. I'm so happy it's not in the competitive map pool anymore, but it is going to be played today, so we'll see how that goes.
Yes, right. You have to deal with it this week, and then you're fine now. You may see it a couple more times. That's literally about it. But yeah, Totem, good stuff from them. Great advantage. It did look a bit worrying when Tea Drinkers actually managed to delay things further in that tiebreaker and take the first game onwards. But yeah, good stuff from Totem once again. You know, this is, it's not even the fact that Brawl Ball was their strengths. It's just everything is just coming together now. You know, they're actually on form today. They actually hit their stride and hitting their peak rather than worrying about what their next move's going to be and what next steps they should actually take, as though it's some kind of rocket science quadratic equation or anything like that. So this is good. Just keep it simple, keep it sweet, and just take advantage of any situation which you've created for yourself. So we're going to see what they can do here in Heist. And KC and Spen already pushing all the way up. And Tom is just literally going on their spawn at this moment. Just trying to get that trade before he gets taken down himself. And already a fair amount of damage done to the safe. Maybe 50% if he gets a couple more shots off. He doesn't, but gets it down to 52%. That's a very, very good start from Tea Drinkers. Exactly what they needed in order to start this set off.
All right. We have a bit of a pusher from Tea Drinkers early on with a solid head start damage-wise. So, and Maori taking each other out, and a chance for Totem to maybe find a bit more of an opening, although so far they haven't had the easiest time and they haven't been able to find any damage yet. So we're gonna go for the super on save, but KC is able to match it and take him down. It was a nice slow from Tom as well to just secure that kill. Push from Tea Drinkers. This is gonna be their chance to just get a bit more value of that push. Span taking quite a bit of damage, so is Tom, but they're still pushing and they're still getting more and more damage down. Nice kill from Span. He's gonna get defended off, but things are looking pretty good for Tea Drinkers so far.
So it is indeed. Now Totem just looking to try and get back into this game if they can, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen now because Tea Drinkers have just they just look so much better from what we've seen in that previous set. And already Tom has taken down Mario, but Mario did the same thing, just literally traded it straight back. 40 seconds left, still Totem down to 6%, and I don't see how they're going to make this happen in the slightest. If they leave one bit of opening on any part on the map and then let someone get through like Casey's trying to do right now in that left lane, which he's going to be able to clean up the rest of the percentage, they're not going to make us waste another 30 seconds in this game, Teddy, as Totem gets taken down there in the first game. Looks so much better, much better from what we've seen in that previous set.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. So far, Tea Drinkers really convincing in this set. Much better than Brawl. Totem, yeah, this is where it starts to be more complicated, right? Like, I'm sure they were getting quite a couple of kills here and there and doing and getting some good fights going. The problem was they couldn't really capitalize on any of it. Most of the fights were on their side of the map. They couldn't really find any damage until late into that game. I think that they picked up the first percentage when it was already like a 55% lead or something like that. They're just too late. They're just too late. Even if you have an amazing comeback, you won't be able to pick up that game. So Tea Drinkers, so far the better team in Heist. We'll see if we have some comp adjustments. The Piper doesn't have the easiest matchup against a Max, just because Max goes so fast and can get up close quite quickly. But this time around, we do have to look at that mind games from Tea Drinkers as they bring in the Colette and the Piper, whereas Totem just switched and copy-pasted the previous comp from Tea Drinkers.
Yeah, a little bit back to front here. Spen takes down Maru straight away. Casey looks to push up on the right side. Did a little sprinkle of damage onto the safe, only 2%, but still looking to hold his map control and using that Colette to inflict just that little bit more, down to 81%. Casey finds an opening, says, oh, hello, I'm going to do a little bit more, down to 70%. Spen on 224 HP, takes down Brazer. Oh, he almost got traded there, but lucky for him, he's going to be okay. He's going to be all right. Tom was looking to push onto that left side, but of course, Mario, with the speed of his crow, is going to make it a little bit more difficult for him. But Spence said he's fine. It's all good. He'll take him down as well. Only one member left. Tom, not a problem for him. Able to push in beautifully to do even more damage to that safe. But Mario looking to try and sneak past on that left side, depending on how good the shots Spence are. As it's been a little bit predictable here. Mario's still doing a little bit of damage here, just hovering in the bushes on that left lane. Just dealing damage to Tom and KC, but at the same time, just being a bit of a nuisance. Maru's actually playing really well on that left lane.
Yeah, right now, a bit of a comeback from Totem as they are getting some pretty decent damage. Tom has the super available as well, as Soy is going to go for the super on to the save. Lead for Totem by 17%, and they're in a good position to get a bit more damage down as well. Maru does fall to Spen. Spen with some good snipes. So he's going to be looking for Tom. He can't quite find him as Spen gets a nice double kill. Spen popping off for Tea Drinkers. The jump in from Maru is able to pick up the 1 kill, but gets tagged down to 161. It is a close affair here. The bomb's gonna knock back Maori. Still the lead for Totem, only 25 seconds left in this game, and Totem, they really want this one. If they want to win against Tea Drinkers, they need it to be as fast as possible, and this is their shot at getting to set point for the second set. Maori pushing up. Maori, can he pick up Spen here? He can, but just ever so barely. Super from Tom as well. It is the lead for Totem by a couple of percentages. 1 second left, and that's gonna be Totem picking up this game. Clutch win here, but they tie things up in Heist.
That was literally ridiculous once again. How fast were Totem on that initial push on spawn towards that last 30 seconds when all on the re? It was just a joke. You would not... They wouldn't have done that against Na'Vi last week, but this week they've just done it. And then T-Drinkers are probably thinking, they didn't play this last time. Why are they playing like this time? It is annoying when you see teams like that. But again, great stuff. Good response once again, retaliating to how well T-Drinkers did in that last game. But then again, T-Drinkers were looking very solid in that initial, that first setup, pushing up onto them on that second game. There was nothing really going too wrong for them. I think one of the key factors in that, you saw Maru on that left lane. He held it so well for at least 20-30 seconds, distracting T-Drinkers again enough to let the rest of his teammates regroup and continuing on putting pressure onto that safe. And I think that was kind of not only in terms of setup, like having that positional advantage, but it was a real momentum swing. So I kind of felt like that could have got out of hand if Maru didn't do something, you know, out of the ordinary just to be a bit of a nuisance. So yeah, good stuff for the entire team.
Yeah, for sure. Nice comeback there from Totem into that game, because once again, it was Tea Drinkers was the better start. Now we need a big clutch from Totem, right? It's 1-1 in this set. If they take this one, that's the only way where I'm going to be there like, okay, Totem actually have a shot at taking this match. Because sure, they have a 1-0 lead in sets, but the further we go in this series, the longer it's going to take, the more it's going to be in favor of Tea Drinkers, because they are the better team. So Totem, they need to try to surprise him with some quick sets going their way, and so far they're doing just that. This is going to be their chance. We are going back to the Piper and the Colt on Tea Drinkers. Totem are going to be sticking to the same comp as well. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this one plays out. So far Tom was a bit of a push, gonna be taking a lot of damage, and Maru takes him down. Spen just looking for some shots onto Maru, doesn't connect the first one. That is going to be a nice kill from Maori, but does get traded out, and we are going to have Tea Drinkers winning out that fight. 2% damage being dealt onto the blue safe, but Tea Drinkers, they're going to be just fine with that as they are heading towards their own push.
Yeah, Totem just waiting for a good time to make that initial push. Morido cleans up Maru's damage from early on with that super. Tom and Spen are still looking to push that right lane. Spen does take down Maru, looking to push up even further, but Brazier manages to get that trade, but he's actually really weak himself, so he's just hovering around, waiting for actually push up again. Mori pushing all the way up onto towards that save, looking to pull back with the rest of his team, but now looking for that push again. Like the coordination from Totem and how fast and how in sync they are is just incredible. This is what throwing off T-Drinkers quite a lot here. As now Maru is going to take down Casey in that left lane. But what about the right lane? Is Tom going to get picked off here? Yes, he does. This is going to be the opportunity now to do a huge amount of damage onto that safe. And look at the amount of damage they have done so far. It's dropped down to 63%. People may have assumed it's a little bit more, but that is plenty. That was a great push and good coordination there tactically from the side of Totem.
Yeah, Tea Drinkers do have a good push going their way. Tom, nice super, gets the tag onto Maru as well, and Tea Drinkers are able to catch up damage-wise. Movement speed was pumped by Totem, as Maru is going to be looking to find some tags, but he takes so much damage, he can't quite get his super down, and that is going to keep the lead for Tea Drinkers so far. 25 seconds left. This is going to be one of the final interactions and pushes, and Totem have still a chance at coming back. Nice push. They get a nice double kill. Look at the damage pouring down the Crow super as well.
God.
That's gonna be Totem to pick up this game and set. What a clutch. And this is what you expect at this level of play, right? One mistake in Heist, and then suddenly your safe is gone. And yeah, Tea Drinkers, they played this one well, man, but somehow they can't stop those comebacks from Totem, and they're just able to get insane situations that were in favor of Tea Drinkers to completely turn around in their favor. Totem up 2-0 in sets, completely different matchup compared to their previous match of today, where it was Tea Drinkers to win 3-1. Totem, they already bettered themselves since then, but now they actually have a solid shot at just taking this match and knocking Tea Drinkers out of the Gamestars first season.
Who would have thought it though? Like, full respect to the side of Totem. Their initial pushes were so well planned, and the fact that it was in sync, in perfect harmony, at the perfect speed, super quick as well, and they decide on the fly who they want to focus on first or prioritize, and they rely on their own aim skill as well. Everything just worked out so well. Look at the kill difference. I think Totem had twice the kills in the last set, but this set's not going to be as much because we know what the map's like. It can be a little bit dicey, but still 6 more kills, 5,000 less damage. Again, it's a measly amount in comparison due to the fact that you could say that they're putting more damage inflicting onto the safe, but then again, Tea Drinkers did more damage to the safe overall. But we're not going to nitpick here, just very minuscule bits and pieces here and there. Just 6 more kills is definitely going to be that margin. But we are going to switch to Canal for a bit of bounty, Teddy, and it's crazy to think that Totem now up 2-0, and now you can see now Tea Drinkers are actually knocking on death's door and could be knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not really something we expected to see. You know, if we had to look at the group overall, well, BB Army didn't really stand too much of a chance, but we would consider Tea Drinkers to be like the second favorite to make it out of the group. You know, they're not that far ahead of Totem, but they are ahead of Totem overall. I think this comes down to what we were talking about before this match started, right? It's kind of the battle of the inconsistent teams in Europe. Both teams that can beat any other team on a good day. On a bad day, it's going to be a bit more complicated. And it seems like it gets even less consistent than that, you know? Like 2 best-of-5s going completely different so far. Tea Drinkers, they're not out yet. They still got a chance, but they will need a full-on reverse sweep to make it true. Soy is going to be rocking that card to pick up the first star, and that's going to be the lead early on in favor of Totem. Nothing that is set in stone, but definitely the way you want to kick things off here.
Yeah, we've seen it enough times, especially in the last few weeks. It's been ridiculous, you know, to call. People probably wouldn't even believe us if we told them the amount of reverse sweeps we've seen, or even, you know, very close ones we've seen in the past. But Tribe, they are definitely a kind of team who can definitely bring this back without a problem. Bounty, it's, you know, not a way you want to start this off either. As Totem now 7 stars to 0 already here, Teddy.
Look at
now,
the Breza.
Go for it. Yeah, he's loving life, man. He's collecting all his badges. He's going to be Sergeant soon with the way he's actually going, and looking to pull back just a little bit. Still sticking together, still trying to hold on the left side, but the initial push has to come at some point. But now Casey's been taken down. It's just getting worse and worse here, Teddy. What's going on?
Yeah, that's the advantage of having that blue star, right? Your opponents are forced to do something. And when you have Soy de Breza absolutely popping off, he's had every single kill of this game so far. And that's 4. There's 1 from KC now. But once again, Soy de Breza getting the trade. Soy de Breza already has max stars to his name. That's as many stars as you can get. The game is not designed to have that many kills early on in a pro match. I can tell you that much. Absolutely wild. Tom is gonna fall to Soy once more. How is this even possible? He's got every single kill for his team. He's gonna get another one there on to spend. This is the most impressive pop-off I've ever seen a single player have, and it's coming at the exact perfect moment, right? Because it wasn't gonna be easy for the rest of this match, but Soy is making it easy because every single kill he gets, that's the first one here from Maurice, the first time someone else, but Soy gets a kill and he's gonna get it. Yeah, this is just unreal.
You saw Maury in the bottom right as well in his cam. He's just laughing. He's just like, this guy's just pretty much a Henry Hoover, isn't he? He's just cleaned up everything which is going on. He's like, oh yeah, I'll have that. He's just a greedy boy. Brazer, you are a greedy boy. You need to leave it alone. Give your mate some of the kills. You know, don't be so selfish. You know, your teammate's probably going 0-2, 0-3. You're going like 8-0 or something ridiculous. So how dare you? How dare you? But actually, no, just keep it up. You
Man.
need to just do it once more, and then you can have a 3-0 sweep, and then you can let your teammates have a go, and if you're not sharing the kills. How dare you? But yeah, Brazier just looking, really, really good. Yeah, the support of his teammates have been absolutely solid. Like you said, that first star is going to create the initial push from Tea Drinkers. Not going to happen. And can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, match point for the side of Totem. Just looking so good. So good. I swear to God, if they look this good now and then on Saturday they play back to normal like they used to, I'm going to be so annoyed. I'm actually going to be so pissed. Like, if I actually see it like that. But hopefully not. Hopefully they will continue this. They can't change that like massively. Like, they can't make that much of a skill gap detriment from like today to like, what day is it today? Thursday. They can't change that on the Saturday, surely not. If they do, then like, Jesus, like, this is just stupid. Like, but yeah, this is exciting moment for Totem. If they win this, they're gonna be really happy about how they've progressed going forward. The match they had against Na'Vi and all the other stuff that happened in stage 2 when they were struggling, that's all in the past now. They're gonna definitely wipe the slate clean if they manage to take this series. Even if they take it 3-2 and it goes to set 5, either way they're gonna be happy. But they can't get demoralized in any way. They can't let this momentum shift in any way, shape or form. This needs to happen now, as Totem could be on the brink of making it to top 8 and knocking out Tea Drinkers into the final placement of top 12.
Yeah, Maru gonna pick up the blue star. They just want that early lead, and now we have Tea Drinkers on the left side of the map, Totem on the right side. Maru going quite aggressive, is gonna get punished for it, but he doesn't quite go down, so at least he stays alive. That was a bit of a risky play, but he does have the pull now, so if anyone overextends, that's going to be the freest skill in the universe, as long as he connects the pull. We see Totem moving a bit more forward. Tickhead gonna get defused, and it's definitely not the Soy de Breza pump-off just yet in this game, but we never know what's gonna be happening up next. Mari pushing up. He just wants to get some tags before he goes for a pull. Tom quite up close. This could be the opportunity for Mari to go for the pull. He's gonna keep it for now, as they don't need it either, by the way. Totem still have the lead. They're still in a position where, unless Tea Drinkers finds an opening, it's gonna be GG. Maru gonna have to pump the last rock, and we see something from Tea Drinkers to open things up. And here it is, Stump taking down Maru. Maru not going for the pool. That's an interesting decision, because now Tea Drinkers, they just run away with the lead.
Yeah, the opposite end of the spectrum now. Brazier looking to push on through as Mario does take down KC, but Brazier, I love this. He didn't really do too much damage to Spen at the time, but even his presence just made them feel on the side of Tea Drinkers uncomfortable. They do have that blue star. It is 6-2. This is 20 seconds left. Tea Drinkers could get knocked out in the next 15 seconds if they do not make something happen now. As Brazier takes down Spen, that's definitely going to be all she wrote, possibly. But Tom does take down Brazier. They just need one more. If they can make something happen, it's back and forth. And look at that, Totem could win this 12-11. Yes, they do. That was just ridiculous. Just one kill could have done it. Totem take the set, take the series, take the entire match, and they'll be ones placing second, and we'll be going into the playoffs. And Tea Drinkers or Tribe, whatever you would like to call them, sadly for them, because commiserations to them, they will get knocked out and placed in the top 12. Madness.
Yeah, man, this was such an unexpected turn of events. I don't think any of us saw this one coming. I mean, we were talking before the match that, Totem can definitely do it, but do it in a trio sweep, barely giving any games to Tea Drinkers in the process, making it just look easy. That's not something you expect when you're playing against Tea Drinkers. I mean, it's going to be a tough loss for Tea Drinkers, especially considering they won earlier. And sadly enough, if it was the opposite results, if Totem won the first encounter and Tea Drinkers won here the decider match, it would have been Tea Drinkers to qualify, right? So it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough loss for Tea Drinkers, but they're still going home with a bit of money. And obviously, Season 2 got announced, so they know that they could come back stronger next time around. And they've qualified for the monthly finals as well, so things are going to be all right for Tea Drinkers. Huge win for Reply Totem. Congratulations to them for making it to the top 8. I don't think they were the favorites getting out of this group, and them making it out is super impressive, so congratulations for them. And yeah, I think we just saw once again at play the inconsistency of those two teams and how one match just goes completely different to the other.
It's funny, at the start of this, I was like, well, who? UK esports, like we've got two British teams, one of them's going to go through. They both get knocked out. We're useless. We are useless, but yeah, it is sad to see both British teams which are left in the competition, both of them have actually been knocked out. Oh, never mind. I'll just make sure not to cast them so I don't jinx them next time. It's a shame though. Team Drinkers, you know, they still played well, but yeah, Reply Total just looked really solid, like really, really good. Look at that. Again, outslayed quite heavily, over double, and considering that's a bounty game, I still can't believe. Do you know what? If we get an interview and it's with Brazer, I'm gonna have to question him on that because that's just absolute madness. You know, I've not seen that before. 13 kills to the 6 of Tea Drinkers. Again, Tea Drinkers did once again, you know, showed a lot more map presence, you know, 16,000 more damage, but just couldn't really show anything from it, which was a little bit of a shame. And looking at the match stats overall, not much to say. 6,000 more damage, but Totem, look at the kills. 34 more kills in 3 sets. That's absolute madness. So congratulations to Totem, placing second. Again, another team we didn't expect to go through. We saw Mood Gaming. We know we had a little bit of internal struggles in Group A. They were knocked out, and we saw Kazaki going through, and now we see Reply Totem going through and not Tea Drinkers. So yeah, it's been a very interesting competition, so we say. A few upsets here and there.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, I don't think any of us saw this one coming here. Tea Drinkers not making it to the top 8. Totem taking their spot instead. I mean, they deserve it 100%, right? They played much, much better in this match. It just goes to kind of question how a longer series would have gone, right? We saw when it was a bit slower, a bit longer in their first encounter today that Tea Drinkers took it. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but at the same time, it is a fresh opportunity for Totem to do some real damage in the playoffs. And they are one of those teams, you know, it's not like a team that if they win, they don't stand a chance. They definitely do in that top 8. I think they can do some serious damage. But guys, we got a bit of an interview in front of us. It's going to be Semantic. Lethal, take it away.
Certainly will indeed. Semantic, I'm sure you're there. I'm sure you're hiding in the background waiting for us to ask so many different questions going forward. Hello, mate. Congratulations again, making it first place in what we can say is definitely, you know, a tough group. But how do you feel now you're through to the top 8 into the playoffs on Saturday?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's actually great that we are finally in the playoffs after such a long time of this league. I mean, it's literally taking 2 months, almost 3 months right now. And it's just great to finally be in the finals.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. I'm going to pass on to Teddy because I'm sure he's got at least 5 questions to ask you after everything that happened during the group stage.
First of all, congratulations. Secondly, did you have a chance at looking at the match we just watched between Totem and
Tribe? Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah, Tribe.
I didn't expect Totem to just... Yeah, T-Drinkers, whatever you want to call them. It's just the same. I mean, it's just interesting that Tribe won against Totem before, then Tribe lost, and then it feels like Tribe lost the mentality or like the reasoning to win after they lost against us. Like it's really hard to come back after you just lost the game. So Totem got a bit like a head start of them and then beat them, which was upset for them definitely. But it was a good game to watch, especially that bounty game where Soy Reza got every kill. That was just insane.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous. Final question from me. Is there any teams in particular you're going to keep an eye on in the playoffs? Of course, you know, things have changed over the last few weeks with a lot of the top tier teams. I'm not going to talk about your preparation because obviously with the map pool, it's all about improvisation and how you can work together as a team going forward. But is there any teams you're going to be on the lookout for during the playoffs?
Clash, always Clash. It's the only team that we are taking 100% serious, where we need to go even 120% to always win against them. Like that's our El Clasico, how we always want to call it.
Well, that's fantastic stuff. Again, Semantic, again, congratulations making it first into the group. We'll see you on the playoffs on Saturday, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Pretty chilled fella. I love how he's just like, yeah, well, we just chill until we play against Clash. So, you know, we could see that happen depending on the circumstances of next group, as we're going to take a little look of exactly what happened throughout the day. If you guys have actually missed it, don't worry, we will quickly let you catch up and get to speed. As SK Gaming making quick work of Bojo's Barmy Army, had a little bit of a struggle against Tea Drinkers here and there, but still a solid win from them at 3-1 in the winners match, so they will be placing first in the group. Tea Drinkers did beat Reply Totem 3-1 early on, and then lost to SK Gaming. And yeah, well, do you know what? I completely forgot they actually played against each other earlier. So obviously, Bodis Barmy Army, they lost to Reply Totem 3-0. They're just cheating its pocket money and getting out of here quick as possible. And yeah, the fact that Tea Drinkers beat them and then lost 3-0 is, that completely crossed my mind. That's actually mind-boggling. I think what Semantics said, where they're probably just, a bit too demoralised from that last matchup, knowing they could have topped the group. I wouldn't say like they got frustrated, but yeah, just a little bit demoralised, and then things just got from bad to worse, shall we say? So it was a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I think it can come down to emotions as well, right? I think that a team like SK, for example, you just can't put any trouble in their mind. Even if you are stomping them, every game they're just gonna be stone cold and like absolutely just ready to take you on and start a comeback. And I think that Tribe is a bit more on the emotional spectrum, where if things get rolling, it's gonna be amazing because they're all hyped up and everything just goes so well. And after matches like that were quite demoralizing, yeah, they couldn't quite make it through and quite pick up their game again. So yeah, Tea Drinkers is gonna be out, as we already have 6 of our teams that make it to the top 8. It's going to be Navi, Kozaki, Big Clan, Zero Zone Spain, SK Gaming, and Reply Totem. That means that tomorrow we'll be seeing our Group D, the final group, and that's AC Milan, Clash, Noble Elite, Exo Free Agents, and Team Activium. And only 2 of them are going to make it through to the top 8. Man, the top 8 is already looking so juicy. I can't wait to see how it comes down to it.
Yeah, even tomorrow, Group D looks very, very sweaty. And you already given me your final thoughts pretty much already, Teddy, about, how you see the next few days go and how you're excited to look forward to it. So I'm going to save your voice for the next, for tomorrow and all that. So don't you worry about that. You can now chill. But again, Teddy, thank you as always being by my side, holding my hand. I always appreciate it. Always a pleasure, never a chore. But not only that, thanks to everyone in production for giving us that extra help in hand. And thanks to you guys, the viewers at home, for staying tuned throughout the entire course of the day. And before we go, just let you know that registration is open for Season 2 of the Gamestars League for Brawl Stars. If you want to get involved, make sure you head over to brawlstars.gamestars.com. And also, we do have the link. I'm sure Nightbot's popping in now and again every few minutes with a direct link there as well, in case you've forgotten what I've just said. But thank you all once again, and we'll see you again tomorrow for Group D.